Yay, the button did the thing. I think. I'm not seeing this. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, it worked. Hooray for button.
Hooray.
I forgot the type of go live message. Hold on, I'm just gonna scroll up real quick. Where's last? There it is. There it is. Mission accomplished. There we go, we're live. By the power of copy and paste.
We should probably consider having a proper opening screen.
I like my starting soon screen.
That's not what I meant.
Hmm.
I mean one where they can't hear us for like a good little bit, so people can just gather in.
Yeah, no, I should set one of those up. I'll probably get one done before next week.
Oh, it's really simple. It's just
Yeah.
you can it's literally the same as what you have now, just everything is muted.
Yeah.
Besides the music.
I just have to like set the mixer to capture different things.
Mm.
So that I can mute us, but not the music.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now the mixer is my mic and then everything else.
Yeah, I got the same.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly.
It is something I will look at over the week. Tomorrow I get to enjoy the wonders of learning the mysteries of GameStop.
What time is that shift for you?
12.
Okay.
It's onboarding, so it shouldn't be more than a few hours. I'll be back before Zelda, assuming nothing happens and no fires break out. That is, if the guy's even, like, not sick, because that was a big thing they told me, is, you know, it might get called because he might still be sick. Because when I went to do the interview, he was not, the guy who was supposed to be there wasn't, because he was with a fever.
Fire?
Mm-hmm.
What did I miss while getting water?
Oh, good, you have the water for the fire. Perfect timing.
Wonderful.
No, I was just saying, I have my onboarding tomorrow. I'll be back before whenever Zelda's supposed to start. Ideally, assuming there is a Zelda. Because you never know.
Oh, I see.
We should be having it. We were asked if we are.
Yeah, keyword it should be. I mean, it hasn't hit Avatar's, view rates yet. Or game rates. Hello, Evil Twin, welcome. Hello, everybody. We are here, we are live. I am alive somehow, because... Oh, I have been achy this week. And I've had a weird problem where my eye will not stop twitching, but I'm getting a doctor's appointment. There is good news, though. I got a really nice weighted blanket.
Yeah, I heard those are nice.
It's like super fuzzy and soft, and it just blows my mind.
I heard they're good for those with anxiety.
Yeah.
Seems to be the theme. Everyone else in my family got sick. I'm fine though. It's great not being anti-vax.
Ah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome,
Getting
Cerberus.
vaccinated is pretty cool.
Considering your health and others is, as they say, a really pro-gamer move.
I'm not sure if I would ever want a weighted blanket when I think about it, because, like, I get hot sometimes, depending. But I don't know. I'd have to try a weighted blanket.
We didn't buy it. It was, I had to go to, Grant's office party with him. They had it at the goddamn aquarium. But the gift was, have a free weighted blanket that was, like, $100 and something. So I was like, damn.
Hell yeah.
This is a nice free blanket.
Full blankets.
I have
enough
heavy...
one under me.
I have, like, really fluffy, heavy blankets, but they're not, like, weighted, so...
Yeah, I don't think it's weighted. It's just a heavier blanket.
Yeah.
I didn't bother to look at its description. I'm just like, oh, for a blanket this size, it sure got some weight to it.
Yeah, thick, fluffy
Yeah.
blankets are usually really nice. Again, they make you feel very snug.
Yeah, I got one of those. I think it's like 15 pounds.
Also, while I was there, it's been ages since I went to, like, an aquarium. But I swear to fuck, that aquarium looks just like the one I've been to back in New Jersey. It had like the stupid like this is a like fake pressure doors and like here's a little fake submarine exhibit with all the same like little descriptions. And for some reason, every aquarium I've been to has like a distinct not aquarium district to it. Like we went through one section and it was just all fucking burbs. I'm like, we're at a goddamn aquarium. Why are we looking at birds?
Are they water birds?
I did not check. I think like one was like literally a fucking pigeon. It was
a
like
marine pigeon.
it was an African pigeon.
We have a
Because
pirate
what-
section in Alice.
Because certain
Pirate.
I know the Vancouver one has like penguins and stuff.
Yeah. There was a penguin exhibit. There was one of just straight up like normal birds though. There wasn't even like water in their like area. And it's like, yeah, there were marine birds. There was also like otters there, though they were all fucking asleep because we were there at like 8 o'clock at night.
Hmm.
And then we got to trigger everybody's arachnophobia. Because they had multiple spider exhibits spread throughout the fucking museum with no warning.
Wonderful.
So we just round the corner and I'm just like, I have to cover Grant's eyes and guide him along because the fucking spider exhibit. Because that's what you want at your marine and museum. Just a little exhibit full of spiders.
I mean, marine spiders exist.
Yeah, but that's not what they are. Like, I would understand the gimmick if that's what the things I was looking at were. But there was no water.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Like, I've been to multiple aquariums where they have, like, exhibits that have nothing to do with fish or, like, water by marine life and biology. Like, I understand the penguins. I understand the otters. I understand all the shit that lives in the water. But then you just have a little caged area for some pigeons. And it's not like they even interact with, like, the water area, so I'm just so confused. You just have a bird cage in your aquarium. And then they also had one of those, you know, like, little tunnels you go through.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually a pigeon Cerberus, it was, like, frickin'... It just had, like, a foofy neck like a pigeon, so I just called it a pigeon to be lazy. I don't remember its actual, like, fanciful
It was
name.
probably a water bird.
No, because it's that thing of there was no water in that exhibit.
They don't have to have water in the exhibit to have water birds.
They did not look like water birds. They had no web feet, no shit like that. And yeah,
Not all water birds have webbed feet.
Well,
not all water. I
you
don't
get
know.
my point. They did not look like birds that had anything to do with water.
Can't believe you're assuming their identities.
No. I'm saying I'm fucking dumb.
I'm gonna get you canceled on Twitter. You're just assuming water birds' identities.
Alright. My life.
Unless you're gonna tell me Bernard's a fucking mammal.
I don't know. I don't know anything about boobies. Other than they have the funny name, and their feet are blue.
Those are true things.
Oh god, I hate winter. I feel everything tightening up. I have been popping my shoulders all goddamn day.
Oh, really?
I
I'm
think
the
that's not
exact
good for your
opposite. I
shoulders.
love winter.
Oh, I love winter. It just brings aching. I prefer winter to summer. I'd rather be cold than hot.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just
I just
the cold brings the aches and pains.
I'd rather be comfy than either.
Cerberus, why do you speak for Kijo instead of Lynn using text to speech? Mostly time. Lynn would have to be like switching between the programs, typing it out, then clicking back, and it makes it much more streamlined if she's typing and I read it out usually.
Yet.
We haven't held auditions, okay?
Also, it makes it so I can prep stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not the only person under 40 who dies every winter because of joint pain. Yeah, that's the wonders of scoliosis and arthritis. A good 1-2 punch of fuck having a body. But I love Lynn's beautiful voice. I too love text-to-speech Lynn. I was listening to another stream where somebody like had text-to-speech for like recording start and stop and like stuff like that. Little updates, and I was like, Lynn? No. Wait. Other people use this program. Just I have just grown to associate the text-to-speech voice with Lynn. And I can't escape it.
In a world where I could just instantly have the text-to-speech ready the nanosecond I needed it, I'd do that. Alas, I live in reality.
One day.
The conundrums. Reality sucks. I don't get isekai.
You know what that means, right?
Oh god, you're right. No, I hate ReZero. I don't want to gamble that.
Fine.
I was
I'm
gonna
fine
say you're
where
gonna
I'm
be
at.
getting hit by a truck. And there's still a
で
chance
そ
you'll
れにフォー
survive
ザトラ
that.
ック
Whether or not you'd want to is up to debate. Considering how fucked you got when you got hit.
Yeah, I don't know. I
ト
don't
ラ
know
ックくん
about
カムズフォーユ
that.
Oh yes, Linbot Weeb Edition. Also, you might not get OP power. You know, fair point, Cerberus.
It's fun.
Who wants to be normal in Warhammer? Nobody.
Nobody.
God no.
It's fun to look at. I would just
I would never go in. I would never go into that world.
It's like Play-Doh.
Nope. Warhammer's
Play-Doh.
just asking for it.
Nobody wants to be in Warhammer.
Even people in Warhammer don't want to be in Warhammer.
Keep your hands and feet within inside the bus at all times.
Nobody wants
I
to
don't know where I'd want to be. I don't know where I'd want to end up, but Warhammer is the one I would never want to end up.
God,
and no
no.
version of it is a desirable place to live.
Nope.
Honestly, most
You're-
video games like I can think of, I'm like, no, I don't want to fucking live there. Maybe like Pokemon would be good. But it's like,
Here's how-
Dragon Age? No thanks. The super racism there. I don't want to be a part of that. Warcraft? No. They have like a world-shattering event every year.
Yeah.
The benefit of Grimdark is the thought experiment for just how bad things can get, so you actually avoid letting it.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Warcraft. It depends. Depends on where in Azeroth I end up. And
Anthony,
if I'm still human at that point,
let's be real. There is nowhere safe.
there is no way.
And then like Star Wars? No thanks. It literally has war in the name.
Meanwhile, all the people who grossly misunderstand 40k.
Yeah.
Oh god, those people are terrible.
They're fucking awful. Fuck all of them.
40k is satire. Star Trek? No, you'll just be walking along and you'll get trapped in some weird sentient constellation that wants to play chess with you.
Or you get thrown through a time vortex and then shit just gets real weird. And you end up in an alternate reality parallel to that one, and it's getting worse.
Only if you're looking for it. No, explicitly not. It happens all the time to the normal people.
Yeah, shit just time rips just kind of happen, man. Sometimes it's like the back rip. Sometimes you just kind of just fall into a different dimension.
God, though.
Space sucks. Space sucks ass.
For those who like Star Trek, or just like, you know, like a good comedy, like satire of a series, watch Lower Decks. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah. Star Trek is great though.
I
It's
have
a great
watched that.
series.
I have
Lower
actually
Decks is
watched
funny
it.
as hell.
It's really good.
I didn't
If
think
you
I'd
like
like
Star
it.
Trek, like, and you know the tropes of it, it's good. It puts a lampshade on every fucking one of them.
Great.
Also
It revels
acknowledges
in
the
it.
fact that like 90% of the people use holodeck for porn.
Oh, absolutely. So having to clean out the holodeck is the most unwanted job on the starship. It's like,
Oh god, no! My favorite thing I've ever heard is, "I'll just become a space marine. Good luck surviving the process for that, buddy."
people who want to be a space marine don't know what it means to be a space marine.
No, they don't.
Like everything
No,
else,
that's-
it sucks.
Like 5% of people who go through that survive, and they
5%.
don't know what anesthetic is in 40k. You don't get anesthetic.
I thought it was 5% of the initiates who are like, you know, hey, I want to be a space marine. I thought 5% of those survive, and then like.
We'll make 5% of that 5%, Nightshade.
Yeah, I was gonna say another 5%.
How the Emperor had like legions of tens of thousands of those, I'll never get what happened. Maybe he just knew something that everyone
Oh
else
shit!
forgot.
Right, I
don't
need to
know.
bribe Din. Here, Din, is your blood money for the art for this week. Boop, boop,
Yay.
boop.
You can't forget the blood money.
And Lynn, here's preemptively the blood money for your recap as we have.
And then let's
Nope.
get into what happens if you actually survive, because
Oh, yeah.
actually being a space marine is not great.
No.
I mean, unless you're a homicidal psychopath.
In which case, you're fit right into like 3 of them.
Yeah. Try interacting with a normal human being when you're a space marine.
I mean, well, salamanders do that. That's part of the whole bit.
he's got to be
that's-
real
that's it,
careful
though.
though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, salamanders are the only space marines that do that.
I would like to.
Final
No other
Fantasy.
space marine does that. What's that? Was that Squeaky?
So Final Fantasy.
Hehe.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't
We
know
have
if I
had
want to
some-
end up in that. Would I want to end up in Eorzea? You're right. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. I mean, like, are we at the end of the plot or the start of the plot? Because
Wait.
It doesn't really matter because, like, even the end of this plot and the start of the next plot will probably be equally world-shattering and horrible.
listen, I know I just won't stand a chance against a depressed demon.
Yeah.
But Lynn, have you prepared your wonderful recap?
I
Right.
feel like crafting is actually a pretty great way to make money in Eorzea.
yeah.
Pretty good.
So not a bad place to just show up in.
I wonder if using video game knowledge of the universe will help you get an edge in the actual universe.
No.
It's like,
That
Sounds
being
fake.
said,
Mighty Linbot, you have prepared the words of truth from the perspective this week of Kijo. Correct.
so I wrote this from Kijo's perspective. Have fun.
Yay.
Let's go!
What? Recap? You mean like that whole, what happened last time thing? Weird ask, but okay. Let's see. So mostly I sat on these steps contemplating the folds of my hakama, keenly aware of the lady black mage quietly staring at me, but not in that prized piece of meat way that I've gotten pretty used to. This whole awkward pretend ignoring bit goes on for a few minutes, but you know how eventually you come down from an emotional episode, and now the main things that's unbearable is the crazy atmosphere and extreme sense of shame and embarrassment that makes letting the air hang utterly insufferable. Yeah, you get it. That had to go, and I really didn't want to deal with the whole "are you okay?" talk that usually comes after these episodes, which means obviously my best course of action was to be casually direct to skip to the part where the actual conversation happens. Went swimmingly if I do say so myself. Well, say being really more of a metaphor in this case, what with the whole. Yet. Be, that, as, it, may. Juliet and I had a pretty nice bit of communication about the situation, what we want, where we're coming from, and hey, personal victory, got her to say she's interested in the joining the yokai. We also talked about talking about the yokai again, just to make that one clear, policies on names and pasts and how it gets kinda murky and complicated, how it's not really a rule but is also basically our biggest rule, and honestly I know it seems dumb, and it kinda is, but it's important, you know? Otherwise I guess I talked a bit about some of my personal problems, what with how God seems super invested in my family, but really you're not here to listen to some sellsword silly little episodes. You're here for these somehow highly impactful and influential heroes and the frankly absurd hijinks they get up to. So let's skip to the part where Her Royal Majesty Princess Altrinia Akabane blows open the temple doors to then unceremoniously dive bomb naked into the pavement. Because that's actually a thing that happened. And I'm told it's not the first. I suppose this is what they mean by how you shouldn't meet your heroes. Because if all heroes are like this, it's a wonder the world still exists. But I ramble. Seems the princess figured out her whole trial thing, and that exotic pet elf of hers hasn't shown up yet, so I can only assume he's being held up by the others somehow. Anyway, princess is here, so the Vermilion Order guy, Sun So I think it was, comes on over and gives her his coat to cover up with when she comes to. Great for me that he's making her his problem, means I can do something else, like climb up on this seal rock that's been throwing vibes at me. Also gives me that nice bit of distance so I'm here but also don't feel as inserted into their business. Good thing too, since Sleeping Beauty wakes up and is clearly still all mopey and antisocial. Feels pretty great when I can look at that and know it's not my problem. So Sun So makes it his and offers to carry her somewhere to get more suitable attire and, of course, as if on cue, the boyfriend shows up to go all possessive guard puppy, with the rest of the group following shortly behind him. Kato does his whole fussing over the princess thing and insists on being the one to carry her, and from the things the others say it seems they had some kind of fight with her in there, but that's none of my business. Vermilion Guy seems to want to go to the armory for some stuff though, and that's relevant to my interests, so hey, something to do. Mimi Hammer and Juliet head off one way and probably talk about feelings to no avail. Kato carries Trin off and they do whatever it is they get up to behind closed doors, less I know about that the better. Then Sakura and Nihilus follow the armory because they know where the fun is at. Ken Quartet is go. Sun So talks about history or whatever along the way, and Nihilus seems pretty interested. Mostly stuff I already know though, so it's hard to get too invested. Warehouse is pretty nice. Kind of reminds me of the old dojo, and while I'd like to say that's the only musing on the past to be had, stepping in here came with a strange wave of nostalgia for a room I've never seen before, where I also have an extremely vivid sense of where everything should be and how many nicks are on the equipment. Which means it's once again time for Operation Don't Think About. That went pretty well again, right up until the point I made mention I was kinda rich now, which put me in the unenviable position of needing to find a distraction from my distraction. That one didn't pan out so hot though, so I suppose I can own up to how much money I have now, before immediately pulling their attention away from that and towards this thing I have that makes armor good. Getting Nihilus to ponder over his gear does a pretty great job of taking both their attention off my established richness, and really I was planning on giving this to one of them anyway, so look at me being a smooth operator. Ultimately I successfully pass it off to Sakura, give these guys a little pep talk about their problem with indecision, and we quit this place. They're heading back to the group, but that's not really my spot anymore, and there is that rock. Yeah sure, why not, just talk to these folks about being proactive, and I've got nothing to do. Let's move that rock. Oh, it seems I have an audience. The other two seem to have gotten curious. No matter, I'm not their mom. Yoink. And, yep, there's the miasma. Well, that's not a problem for me, in we go. Think I hear Nihilus proclaiming something rude, but I'm already in the hole so it's a bit hard to make out the sound of people not being distinctly unadventurous in the world above. Also just going to ignore this ringing in my horn, definitely can't hear the princess yelling about the apparently scandalous outfit Sun So prepared for her. Did I mention how much I love it when that's not my problem? It's pretty great. What? I'm sure everyone else is busy with something or another, but you'd have to ask them about what all that's about. I only know what I know, and what I know, is that I'm in the hole. And that the other two eventually decided to come along, which I figured would probably be fine. The part where Nihilus followed me all the way down to the heart of the temple wasn't something I expected, but he's tough enough, so not gonna worry about it. Place looked a lot like the one in Pop 11's house, so easy enough, check out the altar, rip out the seal and all that. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself, back to the altar. This one had a similar but also very different message on it. Levin's place was very abrupt and to the point, written as though from the perspective of the sealed. One with Mama Bird was more written from the position of the sealer. Lots of remorse in this message, but I'ma put a pin on that. So I tear the anchor out as one does, and lo, the Lady of Anguish appears. Also a whole bunch of mist, but I mean obviously. Nihilus gets all weird about it, which really rained on the whole cool introduction speech I was gonna do, but that's probably on me, shoulda led with it and pulled the anchor after. Either way, voila, Lady of Anguish. Not hearing much from Sakura, but I think that's as good a time as any to feel things out, but actually though. Anima doesn't so much talk as feel very strongly in this sort of ambient psychic way, as in you open yourself to feeling and share an exchange of emotion if you let it, which Nihilus Super isn't, but that's a him problem. In retrospect, probably should have warned him about that, but I think I'll just pretend it was hazing or something. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, but back to Anima. This shard of her is especially big on the hatred side, got a whole lot of that. Interesting given the shard back with Light Gramps was stronger on the love side. Hate is unfortunately something I also have a lot of, which gets awkward with how many times I woke up to find myself beating up Nihilus while this was going on. I continue to maintain that it's his fault for leaking trace elements of Scion power. Bound Beast really doesn't like those. Again though, definitely hazing. Definitely didn't mess up. So anyway, that goes on for a bit, wasn't fruitless though. Got a vision out of it. Piece of her memory. It went something like, okay, so there's this room, real lavish, and there's a bunch of people in it. They're being extremely rude and disrespectful, and also one of them stabbed me, and by me I mean the person whose memory it was. And hey, we actually know the person who did it, which wasn't expected. Turns out the princess's boy toy actually can use a sword. Who knew? Then I wake up in the middle of another Nihilus beating, hazing session, and figure that's probably a good time to call it, before I actually end up doing real damage. Not likely to get much more, and I needed to check on Sakura to make sure seeing Anima with those Sin Eater eyes didn't traumatize her. Sadly, outcome uncertain on that last bit. Seems okay enough though, manages to power through. So I share what I know. Sakura said some things that gave me a whole lot to think about, but it's not like she was in a state to deal with my questions, and I figured I could bother Loverboy while she's picking herself back up. And thus concludes the adventure in the hole. Now it's talk time, seeing as everyone got real nosy about the hole spewing out red mist, so they're all gathered round. Made things easy for me though. Put the question to Kato, he predictably doesn't know what I'm talking about. His girlfriend also gets predictably upset with the accusation, but again, not my problem anymore, which is absolutely wonderful. Instead, my impromptu entourage handles that side of things, and then everyone follows me to the gates of hell for whatever reason. Remember that. They're following me. I was going on my own, and they decided to go on their own venture at the same time. I'm not going with them. And now that you all understand that, we trade Doman stories about the underworld while they follow me and my undead brother through a hell tunnel. As you might imagine, this makes for a rather pleasant up until the point the princess makes it weird by talking about a chef that shits perfectly prepared food onto a plate. And it was on that note that we exited the tunnel, and at last came upon the gates to Yama's castle. So. That
What is this?
Oh.
You must
Ben?
forgive me, but I was not expecting company.
Lynn, I think it started breaking up at the end there.
Just near the end.
Hi everybody, hello Dika.
Awesome. Hey.
Welcome everybody, all 22 of you. Make yourselves comfortable. Linbot may be suffering a critical error right now.
Oh my god.
A slight error.
Kobe, Second Shadow, thank you for the subs. Enjoy them as they have
well
been...
then.
Oh, welcome back. As they've been refreshed and renewed, and we have new icons that you may enjoy at your leisure. We even have some for followers now. We filled out that whole bar, so everybody, you can have the lovely empty-headed Katos.
So it went on long enough that my computer went into screensaver mode.
Oh,
I didn't
Oof.
know it could do that.
yeah, I
Wow.
didn't know either.
So. That concludes all the stuff I was around for, I guess. If you want to know the other stuff, go ask someone who knows.
To fill in those gaps very quickly, there were some great conversations inside. 3 people who were infected by, a life-ending darkness had it drained from them. They are feeling refreshed, renewed, and not like death. Sakura now carries all of that. Definitely no problems there. Trin and Kato had a lovely conversation about having people support them and caring about each other and all these lovely other activities. And then, yeah, there was a wonderful freakout about the new outfit. As God intended. Which God, you'll have to ask somebody else. And we will scoot these down here for now. As welcome everybody, you're just in time. Recap has finished. The coins have been distributed for everybody's glorious works, and don't go into my hand, you're not cards. And I'll worry about those later. As Ijo, Nihilus, Mimi, Trin,
E.
Ooh.
while on the path, shrouded in mist with green rivers flowing in the distance, Did you guys want to have any conversations before arriving at the doors proper with anybody here? You know, like scoot back to the back of the party or scoot to the front, just as an opportunity before you all head inside the Palace of the Dead.
Hmm.
We have been through a little bit. Is everyone okay, or would you like to maybe rest before? Or...
Hmm.
Just Peachy.
She has a point.
I am definitely ready to go.
You're always ready to go, Gato.
And? I mean, we have heroics to be done, right?
We have a Hades to confront.
You know, maybe I could use a break.
Trin just moving forward stubbornly at this point.
As Trin, you are marching forward, with Atsuki leading the pack. Kato starts lagging behind a little bit at that, pointing out.
There's that look back. Oh, are you serious? What happened to all that bravado earlier? What if Hades tries to kill me?
I will definitely be prepared for that.
Oh, you can't do it from back there, you sure can't.
Can you just roll me a
Hades.
d20 real quick?
Whip. 15.
As, with an effective amount of sassing, Kato returns next to you, looking rather ashamed of himself.
Maybe gonna do an aid before we start moving it.
Who are you casting aid on? And do you have the spell slots for that?
That's the thing. It would be a level 2. I should be able to. Again, I haven't rest, so can't.
Yeah. No rests have been had besides Trin laying down most of the time. So you can give 5 health to selected people. Actually, most of these should have worn off. It's definitely not been 8 hours. And I remember you buffing everybody else in the immediate party.
Just before the tower, so I don't think I can just yet.
Yeah, it's been a few hours.
Okay, she'll do guidance instead.
As you prepare that, you guys start making your way along. Hylas?
I'm perfectly fine. Yeah. As one can be when walking to the realm of the dead, after all. Worst case, well, I see people I recognize, I suppose.
Oh, what are the odds? It's not like we've killed a bunch of people or anything, ever.
Not
guys
the
know
people it's not the people I've killed that I'm worried about.
As you all hear in your head from Kijo. You guys know what you plan to ask? That is a good point. What do all of you plan to ask?
Why he stabbed you?
Anything else?
They can help with Zalira.
You see, that's a very good question to ask. That one right there. As he tries to skirt around, he does not fall behind Trin, but he's like, when he goes over to Mimi, you're gently encouraged forward, yeah, that's a great question. That right there.
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, come on, there's gotta be something on your mind. Right? Right?
Don't worry about what's on my mind. Maybe you should be the one who's mentally preparing, Kato.
I'm certainly doing that. Oh.
He just pats him on the shoulder. Well, if you can ask Trin to be your girlfriend, you can ask Hades anything.
How dare you?
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage for a man to ask someone that.
I'm moving forward.
As you are all walking along,
Hmm.
you will eventually be reaching the gates where, as lovely greeters, are skeletons.
Hey.
Horrendously large ones.
He's so tough.
Before we get there, since she couldn't do H, she's gonna do Bless instead.
Please.
As we'll save the bless for when you enter your first combat as being already cast because it only lasts a minute otherwise.
Alright.
You guys will be Kijo will be pacing ahead like nothing's wrong, as you will Trin. As these large skeletons just put out blades. As none of you have met giants before, but they are certainly giant skeletons. As they seem disinterested in letting you through the gate.
Oh.
As before the rest arrive, is there anything the two of you would like to do? Rin, Kija? Gonna just wait.
An impasse.
We have reached an impasse. As I assume, Trin, you stare up at one with contempt in your eyes of how dare you obstruct my advance.
Yes.
Kijo, you look up at the other one, a blank stare in your eye, probably processing the fact that you may or may not be able to annihilate this creature. As eventually the rest and Atsuki approach. Passing like a good 10 seconds of waiting, not really that far of a distance. As he looks up at them. He does some quick signing with his hands as Trin, Kijo, you two are able to translate as I've returned from my mission. The two of them rattle slightly, nodding their heads in understanding as the heavy blades come back up and the gates don't open by themselves, but start opening inward as another pair of massive skeletons are opening the doors for you. As Atsuki will look at you all and just motion and then start trotting along at a casual pace again.
You know, all the time we've spent together, I honestly still have trouble gripping onto the fact that we are currently in the underworld.
What? No, this is a totally normal thing that totally normal people do, Nihilus. As Juliet.
Nobody is ever going to believe us when we tell them this. He starts walking forward too.
I'm not sure I believe us. You hear from Kijo as you all start making your way in. As, compared to the towering spires from the outside that give the look of more a prison than anything, inside is very dilapidated. The hallways are dusty, broken down, kind of crumbling. As you guys will be walking along, you even notice those green rivers start cutting their way through.
Is it always been like this?
Atsuki looks back at you and nods his head.
I suppose tidiness isn't a major concern down here.
He shrugs. After taking out the board, he motions with it as the words, "We have some spirits for that."
Should probably think about recruiting some more.
Not my job, he spells back out.
That's not. So much apathy. Oh, I suppose what else can you expect from the dead?
As Kijo, you look into the river, as I described at the end of last game, you see, besides this flowing energy through it, these wispy lights and all of that, there are distinct figures and bodies and skeletons making their way along. Some more physical, some more ethereal. As, after a little bit of walking, you guys notice a hand coming out of the river. A skeletal hand, as something seems to be trying to claw its way out. As, would you guys like to do anything as you watch this start to happen?
Pretty sure the
see.
man's not supposed to really. You
Well,
know, you
that's-
go fast.
No, you go. I can barely hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you talk first while I adjust.
Okay. Atsuki, is this a help him up or push him down moment?
As you say that, Atsuki casually walks over. He takes his blade, does not unsheath it, just takes the whole thing off of his waist, and he starts pushing it back into the water.
Just like look at the skeleton. It's like, I don't think they can get out. I don't know why I thought that.
As, after a bit, it seems to be desperately clawing, you guys just watching this display happen from him. As, after a few moments of that, it loses its strength and starts getting swept away by the tide again.
That happened a lot.
He looks back at you, he nods his head and gives you a thumbs up. As Nihilus, you look deep into his eyes. You see a sparkle. You think you have truly bonded and he has a better understanding and appreciation of you, and you of him. Or it might be the glowing river that's making his dead eyes sparkle. You're not quite sure.
Yeah, where does this river lead?
He looks at you, he looks at the river. He takes out the board again and spells out, to Hades.
I think I'm alright with walking.
He starts spelling out more as you contemplate that. I would not suggest it. The ones inside can be grabby.
Really? So, how much longer is this trek going to take?
He looks at you for a moment. He shrugs. As Kijo, you look into the water, contemplating things like, could I jump in there and take those ghosts? I'm sure, is the question crossing your mind. You decide this is not the time to exercise such questions and knowledge. As Atsuki will start trotting along again.
I
Is there any-
wonder. Have you ever met Hades, Atsuki?
He stops for a moment, looks back at you, he nods his head. He starts signing at you without the board, since he knows you understand it at this point. A few times. When I arrived, when I was hired for my mission. He seems to pause and think for a moment. He nods his head. Yes, this will be time number 4.
Any idea what he's like?
As you ask that, he puts like a hand on his chin thinking about it before he starts gesturing and signs out disgruntled, hardworking. Hard but fair. He nods as like, yes, this is all definitely 100% accurate to my knowledge.
Unfortunately, Carter doesn't have much memory of how Hades was.
Uh,
Or has any...
not much besides being stabbed. But I do remember him being a little bit uptight. That doesn't sound entirely wrong.
Hmm. I mean, it's been about a millennia. Maybe he's tempered a bit.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Oh, if our interaction with him in the underworld back in the Republic was an indication, if that is tempered out, Hades, I would be in immense despair to meet the older one.
I hardly remember it.
As you hear in your heads from Kijo. Seemed pretty decent in memory, barring the stabbing part. Then again, Anuo seemed alright, but apparently he's since become some sort of horrible evil demon thing.
There's a question you can ask, Kato.
I mean, I guess so. He, apparently, from what you all said, did get violently upset at his mention.
Might like you more than us.
Are you
Did
sure
beat
about
up his
that?
dog.
He did kill me.
We did beat up his herald. I don't think he'll be happy to see any of us. Except maybe this one. We just poke sides.
Atsuki gives you a thumbs up in return. There's a little bit of beaming from him, like, yeah, I did a good job. I've accomplished my mission.
It's
As you guys hear in your head from Kijo, he'll probably like me. Rest of the gods seem to.
I'd be very hard-pressed if Susano didn't like anybody. And really what Yojimbo cares about most is money.
I mean, by that logic, she's a good moneymaker, right?
That's true. I'd hate to see someone who Susano is angry at, considering his reputation. One tends not to displease God's lightning thunder. Just common sense, I think.
I don't know, if Kaze was saying things true, he certainly gets in a lot of trouble with them.
I don't know what kind of person Kaze really is, though I suspect he is quite insane. Which tracks.
I mean, are we much better? We are walking through the underworld right now.
I've done crazier.
I deeply doubt that.
That's a point.
It is insane, though. Yeah.
As, also, you guys are walking and talking by this point. As, occasionally you are stopped by spectral ghosts and skeletons that seemed armored. Every time Atsuki steps forward, he gestures at them a little. They seem to understand and continue on their way.
It would be an extreme slog to have come down here without you, wouldn't it? Pretty sure even I can't kill ghosts.
Atsuki looks back at you, nods, and gives you another thumbs up. Like, yeah, I'm being super helpful right now. Definitely. It is a wise use of my authority to escort a bunch of people who apparently Hades might have a problem with through this place. But it's okay, my sis is here. As eventually, occasionally there are also specters that, don't pay you guys much mind. As, Silas, Mimi, Trin, can you guys give me rolls real quick?
Oh dear.
Here we go.
Buh. 9.
Song stop. This upsets me deeply.
5.
Hey,
As
one of the else 2 digits. That's good.
walking along starts to get strange. Every now and then you'll go through an archway or door, and things kind of open up a lot. As in, you were in an enclosed space, a hallway, with like river running along, but as you step through, you go to like a more open expanse where you're on a pathway, and as you look behind you, there is no like massive building that should be there. As you're in a rather open area at the moment, as there's just a collection of spirits. The water here, of the glowing green water seems shallow.
Is this normal? Are we still inside the palace?
Atsuki nods his head. He continues on like nothing is wrong here.
They're just gonna follow, because until Atsuki does anything, they're just like, this is business as usual.
But
I was just kind of looking around in awe, just like, what?
As besides an archway you just came through and an archway on the other side, yeah, there is just a large expanse of water around you guys, and some walkways that go around it. Almost like a park, but instead of like where ground and grass would be, it's just sickly soul water. There's even a few benches and a dead tree.
What the hell? Is there stuff in this water, or is it just weird and green?
Why do you get the soul sake?
There's a brief moment. He looks back at you. He starts gesturing. The employees' lounge.
Mint. We gotta remember what that is.
As he nods his head in agreement and starts gesturing, I'll make sure to get you some after. But as you guys make your way through here, Nyla's looking in the water. There are still faces and like spiritual bodies flowing along through it. Little wisps of light that seem to just be making their way through the gentle current here. Mimi, good soul. Your eyes fall on a particular figure that seems to be sitting on a bench.
Oh boy.
They are entirely transparent. They're not somebody you know super personally, but are extremely recognizable to you, given they've been alive until a month ago? Well, no, actually, you guys have been adventuring for like 3 months now, so like almost half a year ago now. Their outfit, very regal. Gold trim, but much more humble. They're not wearing like crazy adornments. It's almost like pajamas or casual wear when they're not at like a formal meeting. As they are heavily scaled, even more than Nihilus, as they have 2 horns sticking out of their head. As you know them as the late Emperor.
Oh, hey. Well.
Wait, the Alexander's dad?
Yes,
Yeah.
Emperor Augustus.
Of course, there's Augustus.
Mimi will just stop and stare, like making sure she's like really seeing who she thinks she's seeing, and then she'll probably just break out of the party and start walking to them.
As while you guys are walking along, Trin, you're further ahead with Atsuki as he is just trotting through without concern. You hear from the back, Juliet. Mimi? As
what?
She's breaking her way off, stepping through the water. As Mimi, you're fine.
Yay.
Water's kind of thick. Like it looks very clear, but it's a lot more almost slimy than you would think it would.
He just like looks at the water, just at Mimi's. Is there any way not touching the water to get to Mimi?
It's a little more roundabout, but yeah, there's basically you can go through pathways to reach over to them.
It's like just tries to like test the water with his foot, just step.
You step in. Again, it's a little slimy, a little
Yeah.
harder to move through than you think it would, but you can.
Ugh. Ugh. What ether feels like. It's horrible. Yeah. Hold on, I'm coming.
As
Mhm.
you say that, at the distance, Atsuki stops and looks over. As you see Mimi and Nihilus heading over to someone. As Trin, do you want to go over? Do you want to wait for them?
Oh wait.
As Nihilus, Mimi. So it begins, you hear in your head. As Mimi, you approach the figure. They seem to just kind of be looking off into the distance.
She'll call to him, and she'll give him a bow.
Oh. Hello there. Mimi, please. My station no longer matters here.
I didn't expect to see you here.
I'm more surprised you're here, especially given you look alive.
Yes, we're currently on a mission.
Oh? Is that so? What kind of mission? And, who are you, sir?
I was just staring. I would recognize the Emperor.
Not a, glance, but after a few moments of staring at him, you're like, oh shit.
He just kind of blinks, and he kneels.
Please, as I said to her, my station no longer matters down here.
I'm not Sir Nihilus Nocturne. You're...
You're a Dark Knight. I've always appreciated your people's work in the North. Our borders wouldn't be safe without you. Thank you.
It's a lot coming from you.
Doesn't matter much now. I feel I have unfortunately failed to accomplish what I desired to.
Your son is in danger. We are trying to help him. Mateus has taken over, but we're trying to find a way to get him back.
I hope there is time. How long has it been? I have lost sense of time down here. Every moment drones on the same as he gestures outward at the dreary mire of mist around all of you.
How long has it been?
It's been like half a year at this point.
Perhaps half a year, maybe more, maybe less. We've been at this for some time.
I pray there is still time for him then.
Would you happen to know something that might help us, maybe, to try and fix it?
I would not. While I was quite the magister, my specialty was never restorative.
Then perhaps Hades would know.
Perhaps. I originally thought I would wait here to be claimed, maybe by Odin, if he were to be so gracious as to find me worthy of his halls. But I think too much of me is gone.
There have been problems with some shrines in the Empire because of the Scions meddling. The other creatures, the kin of Mateus. So, I don't know what Odin's doing right now.
That is a question. One I would not be able to answer. All I know is that thing... My ancestor is a leech. With every passing moment I felt it in me, there was less of me there. More of it became him.
Perhaps with its death, you'll be restored to.
He shakes his head. I wouldn't know. I won't be around for much longer. He looks at the water. Was planning to let the currents take me soon. I'm not one for defying the natural order, but I can't even, as he holds out a hand. It flexes slightly like he's about to cast a firebolt. Only sparks come from it. As you can see. But it's nice to see faces that are still alive and healthy. I ask that if you can't save him, at least do him the mercy of a proper death.
Like make a salute, like confirmation salute kind of thing.
I'll just nods quietly.
As that ghostly hand, Mimi will go to pat your head. It has a surprising amount of force to it, but is still way lighter than any other person, you know, like an actual hand touching you. My wife spoke highly of you. You are apparently a very promising white mage. I hope you have many bountiful years ahead.
Spur it up.
What was that? Speak a little. You were a little low there.
Permission to back freely, sir.
Of course, I'm no longer your emperor.
Hug.
As you go to hug him, you feel like you can go right. You could, if you pushed a little too
Also be
hard, go
careful,
straight
not
through
just-
him. But as you do, he will hug you back. You are such a brave soul. As are you, Sir Nocturne.
Oh, gee.
Oh, Lynn, sorry, I didn't see that yet. If you want to hear, if you were trying to listen, they're a little bit away. Again, like, good like 30 feet away. They're not speaking quietly, but if you're trying to listen. Otherwise, I'd say if you want to decide it with a roll, that's perfectly acceptable. But, as you were saying, Anthony, sorry about that.
What I've done is nothing worth boasting over. I'm just doing the right thing. Besides,
Is that what you call it? I can see it clearly. You are dressed in 2 of 3.
great.
I have eyes. I see you are blessed by 2 of the 3.
Two of the 3. Oh, I suppose your eyes are stronger than mine.
It's not something people readily recognize, but a long history with experience, even without power, still has its value.
I admit that my journey was to seek out the other one, but things had changed. Situations have become more dire, and one day I'll sit on that throne, but until that, there's far more pressing matters, such as Mateus and his kin.
Unfortunately, me and those of my blood are fairly powerless against that creature. The best we can do is give ourselves some peace while we still have some of us left.
It's just unacceptable. I'm sure Alexander is fighting as strong as he possibly can muster. Given his circumstances, we will save him. Don't ever doubt that, Emperor Augustus.
Thank you for the encouragement. It sets my mind at ease as I prepare to let go of everything. And
Is there perhaps anything you left behind, maybe, that we could do when we get back?
if you could give my family my love and thank my second.
Garland, he's with us currently.
He looks around the area.
Well, he's not here. He's waiting back on the surface. But he is a traveling companion of ours.
I see.
He's been invaluable in aiding us.
I'm glad to hear that. He's always been the helping sort. Even if he's had strong disagreements with me about how we should handle authority.
I wonder if I'll have to have the disagreements with him one day too.
If he becomes your second, most certainly. If you have others in mind to stand beside you, well, then you don't need to lend him such an ear. As much as he may be upset by that.
We'll see what happens, and until then, we should focus on saving innocent people. So. We'll make sure your family is alright. And that will give them your message.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll sit here a bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
She'll give a little squeeze, but she still hugs, and then finally let go.
As you squeeze, you feel yourself go into him
Just
slightly.
Go through, go through a little bit. Oh.
As you release him and start heading back toward the others.
Also
As-
we'll salute him and leave too.
As Kijo, you're checking on Juliet. Juliet seems uncomfortable but fine. It does not seem to be gaining any sort of mystical sicknesses or anything of that nature. As Trin, everybody, Mimi, and Nihilus rejoin you.
Apologies for the delay. It's not every day you get to speak with the last Emperor of Mysidia.
Excuse me, what? I just thought it was an adventuring fan because Mimi ran over.
Sorry.
Juliet, like, looks over toward the bench at that point. Like, do I go? Do I not? No, I don't want to get lost here. I'll stay with you guys.
To be honest, I didn't recognize him at first either. But
He doesn't really look as much as himself as before, but yeah. Took me a bit.
How was it?
Let's keep going.
just a reassuring pat from Nihilus.
You never know who you're gonna run into down here, I guess.
I can think of several.
Same.
Wouldn't that be our luck to run into even more?
Do you guys think we'll find a Sphere's family here? Like, the ones that died in the rocks?
So, gangmates?
Hmm.
If we see them, I don't know how we'd recognize them.
We wouldn't.
Atsuki looks back at you guys. He starts gesturing out, he stops and then takes out the board. Judging by that, even if we see them, we won't know. You hear from Kijo as he starts spelling out. It depends on if they got out of the river. Many are sent along to their next life without much delay. Some are able to drag themselves out, or given more time, or are waiting to be collected by other gods.
Right. Let's just get to Hades.
Oh, so Odin then.
I wish she'd come down here.
As Atsuki will keep trotting along, all of you following, talking. As you go through the archway, you find yourself in hallways once more. Completely enclosed, as eventually you start stepping over a bridge that just... The hallway is going, it hard breaks as the water is flowing through it, and a bridge just seems to have been built over it. As Atsuki will continue along, no hesitation. Until eventually there's a little split. As you see Atsuki stop, he starts looking at both passageways. As you guys wait a few moments, he turns around, looks back at all of you, and starts spelling out. There's a disturbance I need to take care of. You can wait here, come with, or I could give you directions.
A disturbance.
He nods, he starts spelling out. I am in tune with this place. I can feel unruly souls.
Would taking care of this disturbance get us there faster?
He shakes his head. But it is my obligation. I have to go.
Well then.
You guys go ahead. I'll handle this. You hear from Kijo. As Atsuki will look over at Kijo, just nod his head, is like, alright. As, for the rest of you, are you going to wait here at the cross section? Are you going to go with him, or... he said he would give you directions to Hades the rest of the way.
He kind of wants to help, but then remembers that last time she tried to, like, give a healing, like, a spell for Kijo, she didn't really seem a fan of it, so she's just gonna stay quiet.
Nihilus? Bryn?
Well, I think that I think that helping with this disturbance might be beneficial for everyone.
Would be a good way to test my blade.
Yes, always time for some daring do heroics, right? I mean, somebody's causing the dead trouble.
We can help.
If maybe we can help. So, there's this disturbance.
As Mimi, you're feeling a little uncomfortable. You're being a little quiet. You look over at Kijo. Kijo looks over at you and just raises an eyebrow a bit towards you.
Quickly looks away.
Kijo, you've been around at this point long enough to read Mimi like an open book in this regard. As you guys will be making your way along, I will paint out a room real quick for violence to potentially transpire in.
It could be violence, it could be just yelling at the dead, and they just go like, okay.
Fucking stop it! Go back in the river!
Get the fuck back in the water!
I don't want him.
Go! Be gone!
As Mimi, you hear in your head, so now you're scared of me? Weird time, but okay.
Just back by ear and when I'm scared.
You're acting scared.
Oh, it's a place. It's fine. Let's go see what's going on.
As following down a few hallways, you notice some destroyed skeletons, some gooey essence.
Think they're still aware when they're all gooey like that?
As you ask that question, Atsuki looks over at you. He shrugs. As after a little bit of walking, you guys step into a lovely, dilapidated looking room with walls coated in shelves with scrolls and papers on them and numerous desks. As you guys step in, you see again around the room numerous destroyed skeletons. You see a group of spirits that seem to just be huddled up on the far side of the room. As you hear a figure shouting, "Yeah, that's right. I'm in charge here now. This is my section of the palace. Go find your own."
What in the seven hells is happening here?
As you guys step in, Trin, Nihilus, this figure, a rotting corpse of a man, is very faintly familiar to you in the deepest recesses of your memory.
Wait a second, I recognize that!
You killed him!
Uh-oh.
You remember, all the way back, a long time ago, in a manor far off in Fynn. This asshole was apparently the one responsible for all the bullshit that happened there.
Hey, Juliet! Trin! It's that guy!
Oh god.
Ew.
What was
Okay.
what was its name?
As you say that, he points out over to you. I am the fierce and indefeatable Godos! As he stares at you guys for a moment.
Why do I think his name was Francel?
looks confused.
Like, that just pulls out the demon sword.
I
As
can
he,
handle this. Throws the sword. Throws Suzaku's sword at him.
as you raise up your blade, there's just a look on his face as he suddenly recognizes not all of you, but 3 of you, and he's just like, oh no, 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 as he's like trying to scramble off the desk. As Trin, you throw the sword. You will activate its lovely ability, as also, everybody else roll for initiative. As Trin, you throw your sword with a bonus action. Make your attack roll.
Hello.
Okay, so it says
Uh.
+1, and then the scimitar is okay.
Your scimitar is the D20 plus 9 right now.
Got a 1.
18.
Holy sh!
As he is trying to scramble off the desk in a complete panic, you hit him with the sword. Would you like to activate the other half of it where you appear next to him?
Yes.
All right, any of the blah 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 the 8 tiles around him, take your pick.
Let's go. Oh wait, I have to point to it. It's this one.
As you stab the blade into him, you all see her just burst into flame briefly as that flame recoalesces on him, hand on the blade as you rip it out of him. Roll for your damage.
The damage is
D6.
Damn,
This will
glitch.
also be your first hit of the turn, so you also get your D8.
okay. D6 and D8.
Yeah. Big number, big number. Holy shit.
As 11 plus 6 for 17 damage to start it off.
I think it also gets a +1, right?
Yeah, the plus 1's in that. You're getting your
Okay.
5 from your dexterity and then plus 1 from the blade on top of it.
Okay.
As you just appear on the desk next to him as he was trying to scramble in that direction, as he looks up at you like, can we talk about this?
Yeah.
As you still have your action, what would you like to do?
Where are my Suzaku cards?
Zaku
Oh wait,
card?
they're over here. It says here we go.
Oh, there.
It's 'cause
Yeah, the
Death
fire
Ward
stack.
started off. Fucking hate this.
I need your flip book.
Fucking just want this one. Fireball.
Alright, so you're
Yeah.
gonna fireball? Which spot? Because it's a 20 burst around and everybody in it has to try to
Point
dodge.
blank.
Oh,
Alright, so you'll be making a dex saving throw too.
Yes, I will.
We'll say from him.
okay.
So that's 4 in every direction. 20. Wait, why are we?
What are you
Where-
measuring? We have the funny stencils.
Yeah, where did your circle go?
It's in the bag.
Oh,
Oh. The mystical bag.
wait, which bag?
The bag by the bag. This
Oh.
one.
Oh,
Okay.
that one. Hey, there it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Wink. So you can explode him just like this.
It's,
Yes.
Alright. I will make 3 saving throws. You must make 1 yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's 5.
I think all of them failed. You
Yeah.
also failed.
Yeah, I did.
Alright, roll all of those d6 of damage. This is a level 4 one.
That's how many
so-
D6s?
60. So where did the card go?
96 says.
Oh, okay, perfect. Trust in Lynn. Lynn knows these things. Roll 96.
Okay.
a lot of D6s. Woo!
As Train, you ignite yourself for 31.
Yeah, I do.
App. Oh right, yeah.
Fires.
Hold on, wait, no.
Alright.
Fire resistance, blah blah blah. You'll get fire immunity from this. No fire resistance right now.
One day,
Yeah,
though.
the bracelet gives cold resist, and when she's a bird, she's immune.
Oh,
You were at 51.
we gotta get you like permanent fire immunity. You just do this forever.
Takes you down to 20. As, gone. 48. As from there, I would like to be able to scroll up game. No. This thing is being very uncooperative today. Find your guys' initiative rolls, please. 16, 9. So next is Mimi. As Mimi, you just see this explosion. Trin looking severely singed.
Yep. See.
Two of the specters are just gone. This asshole you've never seen before is also here, but apparently knows them.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, well, she's gonna do that bless, I think.
No. Your bless triggered at the start, remember? Because it only lasts a minute, so I was letting you prep it.
Okay, I thought I had to, like, wait for,
Nah. Again, little mercy there.
Yeah, thanks. How bad was Trin hurt again?
Trin took 31 damage. Trin is at 20
Yeah,
HP.
she's gonna do a Healy.
Which heal would you like to do? As you may need to get closer for certain ones.
Let's see. See. Imagine I do the fucking life transference. Prayer of Healing was the best one, right?
With what you have... and your spell slot's available. When I looked at it, I saw 18 for Mimi? Unless I... No, okay, sorry, no, that was Squeaky's. I'm so fucking sorry.
Yeah.
Listen, this thing is not easy.
Like full health either, so actually.
Pain in the ass with this is the chat box over there is a real bitch to scroll up and down in.
Yeah.
No, sorry. No, that was my bad. Nihilus. As Kijo, you said you were gonna just sit back and watch. Nihilus, go get him, Tiger. No, I'm really sorry about that again. With trying to keep a track of the attack roll, and then I didn't realize I don't try to scroll with this chat. I didn't know it would shit its bed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite flanking. Well, that's okay.
As you stroll up, whole area scorched thanks to Trin.
Yeah. He just walks past some little fires. Ah, good to see you again, Godos. Ignite sword.
As you ignite your sword, he turns around and looks at you like, "Oh, you too."
The best part is we're not even dead. Anyway, he just reels back.
As you reel back your blade, roll to attack.
Me. 4 plus 8 is 12.
You're really lucky he's a spellcaster.
Yeah.
As roll your damage. 3d6.
One of those counts as fire. Alright, cool.
Another 15 onto him.
And I get a second attack. Eee. Oh, man. That was almost 15. 3 and 8 is 12.
As
Or
unfortunately,
11. I can't
is
do
not
math.
enough. As you
Looking
stroll
forward.
over, you go to claw the hell out of him. At that point, it goes to him. He will try to surrender as he just drops his staff. Like, no, I give up. I give up. As this thing goes over to the wall, and you see it start trying to congeal its way through. As Nihilus Trin, since you're the two over there, do you accept the surrender?
Now it just looks at Trin like, oh, you surrendered.
Trin kind of looks like they're kind of absorbed in the fight. Like they're not there.
As Nihilus Trin's not home.
Uh-oh. That might be a little problematic.
As will you take the surrender, Nihilus?
Yeah, sure. If he's learned his lesson.
As he'll try to give up. At this point, the others start going over curiously. Julia's just like, oh god, it's this guy again. As she just like pulls her hat down, like, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me.
You see now it's like the sword go out and he puts it back.
As Mimi, are you going to go along with this? And Kijo, is there anything you want to do?
She's focusing go healing. That's what she wants to do right now.
As you'll start making your way over, as at that point, Trin.
Yeah.
Well, back to you. Everybody else is just like saw Nihilus stop, so they're looking over curiously. This guy's dropped his stick, hands together, like, please stop, please.
I'm thinking of another sheet. I was like, I used to be able to attack twice, but that's not it's not this sheet.
No, you should be able to attack twice. When you take the attack action, you attack twice.
Okay.
Yeah, because of your crab mantis claw is what it's called when you do the attack action.
It's just on the other side.
Yeah.
We're gonna bonus action Searing Smite.
All right, as you use your last one.
And then we're gonna attack.
As he surrendered, just roll with advantage to see if you crit.
No.
As that will still hit. That is d6, d8, and how many d6 do you get from this right now? Blah blah blah. Deal 1 extra d6. This is 4th level, so 5 d6 and a d8.
5 d6 and a d8.
As you guys see this guy surrender. Just please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just having a little fun, you know? As Trin, you strike, your blade explodes in fire, and not but ash of him remains.
See now it's like in the middle of, well, at least you've learned your lesson.
As this goes on, you see the ghost finish squeezing its way through the cracks, and it runs off. As Trin, you stand on the table, triumphant, singed.
There's just like the look at the blade. Is there any like goo or gunk on it?
Little bit of like the spectral essence on it. Again, like the stuff you see glowing inside Atsuki's chest.
There's just that that swish of the blade, just like that when someone like just jerks their arm with the blade to like just shake it off before they just jump off the table, walk over to Atsuki. We can resume now, right?
He looks over at the mess, looks back at you, and nods his head.
Let's not waste time then.
As
Wait,
you...
let me heal just a sec. Let me help.
As Mimi, which heal would you like to use? As now you have free reign. You can
Yeah,
do.
Prayer of Healing, I think, is the one that gets the bigger.
That one I believe is the biggest
Yeah.
one you have. It takes 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah.
And that will apply to everybody. Do you want to use a third level of, version of it?
Level 2, just in case.
Alright.
I might need to look 3 later.
As Mimi, you'll start praying. You're going to be able to basically heal everybody for 2d8, so roll that, and everybody will get that much back. As you guys are going to be a little bit here for a little bit as Mimi starts praying. I believe that means everybody's getting 14 health back.
Go ahead. That's nice.
As Trin, that'll put you back up to 34. Yeah. Though as Mimi starts, you hear a voice, Altrinia? As one of the specters starts walking over to you.
Is walking a real term for these fish?
Levitating,
You're right.
okay.
You're right. They wibble over,
They wobbly over.
and every time they make their way, you hear it. Ooh.
In the distance, you might low key hear spooky, scary skeletons blasting its remix.
we hear like a light, a very quiet flute going woo as they float around.
But Trin, this specter seems to be trying to get your attention.
Point sword at.
As you point your sword at it, it takes you a moment before you recognize the face. You realize you're looking at your uncle?
What?
What the hell are you doing here?
Me? What are you? It's been so many years. Oh, you poor thing. I thought it was you, but
There's no way you're here.
you look alive. As he is like stepping around, floating around you, looking at you curiously. From that garb, it looks like you've finally gone home. Have you gotten out of the palace?
Who the hell are you? There's no way you are who you think you are.
Who is that? Does anyone recognize that ghost?
Oh,
So,
it's me. I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, but it's your...
You are supposed to be in the palace. Because I haven't killed you yet.
He looks at you, completely bewildered.
all eyes.
I don't know what you mean.
There's no way my uncle is dead. He's still at Doma Castle, running it amok with demons.
I would never do that. I devoted my life to giving Doma a better chance.
Then pray tell, why are you here?
He stares at you for a moment. He looks at himself. I was preparing to visit after your father's passing. But I went to go talk with a figure you might be familiar with. I don't know how much your father kept you in the dark. Unity. He was, in a way, my superior. He was head of the diplomatic corps, you could call them. Alliance's greatest emissary. I hoped I could be more like him, and I was going to ask for his help with trying to put through some reforms. He said they were unnecessary, but that I could help him, and that's one of the last things I remember.
So you're saying everything has been set up by this Unity? Is that it?
I don't know. What do you mean? What's happened or been happening?
I don't know. I've been gone from Doma for a year. After I escaped your clutches, or so I thought, have me trying to marry your son.
I would never do that. That's disgusting. But I would... Trin, you have to believe me. That's not me. I would never do that to my son or to you.
And what happened?
I died. I'm dead. I don't know all the... When I was on my... shortly before your father funeral.
I don't know how long ago my father died.
It was... It's been a year of you running away. And he had died roughly like half a year before that because, the uncle came, he started locking you up, started, preparing to marry you to his son, and because you didn't have that tether anymore, you ended up running away, if I'm remembering everything right.
More or less, I think.
Yeah, so on, minus the so it'd be roughly 2 years since then, because if you count, like, the time you've been here.
That doesn't make any sense. As soon as father died, you came in and locked me up.
I would never. I've always wanted things to change there. That's why I spent so much time traveling, being the diplomatic arm of Doma. Though your father didn't like my conspiring much, I've always been trying to give people a better shake.
Anyone who's looking at Trin can see they're holding their blade and their hand is shaking, as if fighting the urge to swing it.
Mm.
I don't believe you.
Niles just kind of walks over and gently puts a hand on Trin's sword hand.
As Kijo, you're trying to focus on this guy. Slowly, he's becoming more concrete to you, more distinct. If you don't believe me, then who am I? And who's the one at the castle? I've been down here for ages trying to petition Hades for an audience.
I don't know who you are. But the man in Doma Castle, who has brought everything to ruin, who has made my life hell, is there. I don't know you, Uncle.
No, you don't. I always spent my time away from that palace. I never liked your father or his scheming. Just because you don't know me doesn't make what I'm saying wrong. Whoever's wearing my face there isn't me. And I'm not the one who made your life hell. Your father has the luxury of being that one.
Hey, Niles probably try to gently put your sword down.
So what, you're saying Unity just came in and killed you too and gave some demon your face? And they're the ones making hell out of Doma? They're the ones that locked your kid up just as badly as me.
Yes, I would never. I always gave him the finest teachers and let him explore his desires. You wouldn't know it, but he even has indulged in research that most domans would frown upon. I know you were raised on different tales, but my son knows the stories of Suzaku being quite the different character.
Is that why he's nothing like you? Or at least who I think is you.
I certainly hope he's not like this imposter. I certainly hope he's better than me. I hope he's braver.
He shouldn't be in Doma Castle. I found someone to get him out.
At least Tsukuyomi has some mercy then. Well, words from somebody who's a stranger might not mean much, but thank you.
So you're saying the last thing you remember is an audience with the voice of unity?
Yes. That's the last thing I remember. I had some ideas for Doma, some reforms. Take away power from the shogunate a little more. A little more less from the throne, too. Pass it around more to the noble families. They're not perfect, but they certainly, if given the reins, would be closer to at least Kugane than our unfortunate history.
What did you hope to gain with an audience from Hades?
I was hoping somebody could listen. Would listen. If maybe there was something resembling justice for what happened. I could maybe speak with Suzaku or Tsukuyomi or any deity that would lend an ear to something so wrong happening.
You're the second one I've heard that the voice of unity has interfered with. It is not my own will that I am giving you mercy. If anything, you should be thanking my mother.
She deserved much better than the lot she was given. Not that I had the power to change it. But I will make sure to thank her then. The next life.
Try to... Get some fucking rest, old man. I'll be seeing Hades myself.
I understand. As he'll straighten himself up and take a deep bow to you. Thank you, princess.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I haven't nearly done enough in my life, and now it's far too late. As
Can we continue, Otsuki?
he'll start making his way back to a desk. Atsuki will nod and start walking his way out. As Mimi, you'll be finishing your prayer. As you guys will start making your way along. Leaving this room of specters behind. As after that whole display, Mimi, Nihilus, Rin, how you feeling?
They're not happy.
No, Lynn, I was trying to give you time to type. Damn it. Unless you have lost your interest in it, we will start carrying on. As you guys will start making your way off, leaving this room behind. As if any of you glance back, you notice eventually the little group of ghosts start dispersing. They start picking papers up, things like that. As
You're certainly enlightening.
yeah, are you asking if you're okay is probably the wrong question.
I'm fine. Just another head to the count. Look at that, Nihilus. You're not the only one that has beef with the voice of unity. Although, I can't say yours has as much weight as mine.
I suppose I don't. Concerning what the voice of unity has done to both your birthright and your life.
Let's keep
Versus-
going before I run into my father. That's the last person I want to see right now. I'm sorry I interrupted you. What are you gonna say?
Well, I agree. I wouldn't want to meet him either. Unity is going to pay for what they've done. Serious, rather.
As you guys will keep making your way along. Until once more you step out into a rather open area. The crampedness of the hallways vanishing once more. As there seemed like there was to be a bridge across this rather deep flow. But as you come to this pass, Atsuki starts making his way over before he stops. Just looks at it as you see just a shattered bridge, and he's just like, but what do? There's no more bridge here. We're supposed to cross the bridge. As he is contemplating this, you all hear from Kijo. What about the Unity we escorted? Was that an imposter?
I don't know. Need to be able to track down that. Well, considering Sakura fled in abject terror, I don't think that was an imposter. I think that was an imposter. Or maybe the voice of Unity never was a person in the first place.
I didn't react to him. Is it that I couldn't react yet? Why would Kaze work with a real monster?
You just didn't know. I can't extol them. You'd have to bring that up with Anima.
I doubt that.
Maybe
I-
maybe next time you see them, I can use that power anime gave me and maybe figure out what they're thinking. Or at least how they feel. Maybe that could give some insight.
It's worth a shot, I suppose.
If I do the thing and it's just pure darkness and hate inside there, then we'll know.
There's one thing I found out the couple past month. Kaze knows much more than any of us.
But we tell him to share that sometimes. But that's something to bother him with after we meet him again.
Indeed.
I'm pretty sure he knew who I was long before.
Well,
Well, at
I
least he
mean,
was-
he's not that bright, as Kato pouts a little and folds his arms.
Nobody
Yes.
knows my sensitive spots. But he did.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
Small red tinge.
No, Kijo, it's a much larger distance. The river is pretty wide and deep here. I was just doing quick scribble for point of reference.
We can grill Kaze about what he knows once we meet back up with him. He has a lot to answer to. And Zeromus, whichever one it is, if there even is more than one, get rid of them. Like we'll get rid of Mateus and Zalira. Hopefully Hades knows how to do that.
Hopefully. Current problem. How do we get across? There's more than one. Stealing a face is surprisingly simple, it seems. As Kijo says that, Julia just kind of looks over at you, Trin.
It is.
Have all this rope we can use. Just toss me.
I am not going to throw you across the spirit lyric. You might not even make it.
Atsuki holds his arm straight out towards me and like, come here, I'll throw you.
Toss me.
You are not
Yes.
throwing her into the spirit river.
She's giving grabby arms to Kijo.
A river's still a river at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
One thing
What?
is just not land in it, so all you have to do
Why-
is just throw me to the other side.
Why not just freeze it?
You freeze souls? Is that a thing? I mean, you could trap them in I guess you could trap them in crystals, but is that the same as freezing them? He just looks to Juliet like,
I don't know, I've never actually dealt with souls before. Also, how
Right,
do we freeze it?
right now it looks like water. And some ice magic.
While they discuss this, she's gonna go walk up to Kijo.
Mimi,
And-
tie yourself, I'll hold one end. I think I can
Nope.
make it.
She's doing that.
it-
Well, they're
Natsuki, what
discussing
happens
this,
when you
which
fall in the river?
is Fine.
He points at like the river again. As you look at it again, there are skeletons like clawing their way along the bottom. You see like the translucent figures in it, and he does grabby hands.
oh. They drag you away, huh?
Nods his head.
Be sure to throw me really high so they don't catch me.
That's Kicho, are you going to throw me?
Remember, you have a parachute! We bought you that thing!
I'm tied up to this rope. If something happens, just pull me back.
You can float.
I mean, if they start dragging me,
As you are thrown, do you want to cast Levitate?
sure.
As you cast Levitate, no check a check is no longer needed. I was about to ask Lynn for a check. As with rope tied to you, you are you are definitely not going to make it. As the backpack opens up and you all see a balloon come out of it. As Mimi gently glides the rest of the way.
Ha!
What's-
Okay, maybe you would have made it.
See, it was fine. She's gonna look for a place to tie up the rope somewhere so they can start going through.
As you look around, you find a bit of a tombstone sticking out, so you just tie the
Yep.
rope to it. Kijo, on your end, you find something to tie it to as you guys get it nice and taut. As, yeah, you guys can climb across the rope.
He just looks at his fucking splint mail and just, I'll think I'll
He is-
cross last.
Achi
He's just
wastes
there.
no time, as he just holds onto it and just starts, like, spider crawling across it. It's rather uncomfortable for you to see Mimi from this end, as he's just coming at you at alarming speed.
Oh my god.
Like, a body should not move like that.
Oh, he just looks at that like, ugh.
And
Huh.
gets off.
We hear like uncomfortable cracking.
Yes.
This gets worse the longer we're down here, doesn't it?
As Kijo flexes, tight roping across it. Juliet will very slowly scoot her way across, holding onto it tightly. Made it!
Nah, let's insist the other, like, Kato and Latrinia go first.
Yeah, Trin, you go next.
No.
How? Everybody else is already across, though.
I really don't trust that rope.
Well, carried all of them. I don't trust it either. That's why I'm going last. Worst case, I can try and teleport out.
As Mimi, you hear now, Nihilus. I know Nihilus could have just teleported, but this is way better.
I can only do that so often.
No, only Mimi hears
It's
this.
just a Mimi.
A whisper
Okay.
in Mimi's brain.
Yeah, Mimi's just gonna answer back. I mean, they do take their time in thinking about it, so this might have been faster anyway.
As you all hear, right? As Nihilus and Trin, you're still on this side of the river. Kato's looking over at you, Trin, like, but how are you going to get across?
How far is the distance between the sides of this river?
How long is your spell?
90 feet.
Blah blah. 90.
I hate how it only makes the damage go up and not the distance.
You can teleport that. As
I
you
can
contemplate
make-
this, you look down and you
You
see
want-
Trin start making her way toward the smaller rivers.
How far is this, and is there land around here?
Yeah, it's a little it's a little break in the river where there's like a tiny island to it. It would be a check, but not as much as yeeting Mimi across the river.
Trin, we can teleport across, maybe. I think I can barely make it. Kato, I can only bring one person with me. Also, it might knock you into the river if you stand there.
He steps back.
You didn't have to. It's fine.
Fine.
Just grabs. All right.
About 20 seconds before I see how far my chains can grab. As Kijo says that, Nihilus, hand on
Trin
Trin.
will go through the Trin will go through the rope.
Oh, you're gonna tightrope across?
Yeah, they're gonna go through the rope.
As Do you want to flex on them and tightrope it like Kijo did?
Trin doesn't care enough.
Okay. Regardless, you will be able to make your way across. You're very nimble, no check. Pato, at that point, will feel no reservation about just following behind.
Understep.
As Nihilus spend the requisite money. Or, sorry, dark side points.
I'm out of dark side points now.
You have no more dark side. The
I
dark side
think
is gone.
I think I've already. Have I used boiling? I think I've used boiling blood today already.
I believe so. Yeah, you have
During
used
the
two
Phoenix
of them.
fight. Yeah. And hit the. Oh, I still have hit dice left. Actually, I can burn that. Never mind.
Yeah. You every time you use it, you burn one. You can do it technically 7 times a day, though you've
Oh,
already
yeah.
done 2. Roll that d10. See how many points you get back.
4, 6, 8. There we go. How lag?
6.
Hey,
Fucking wiggly ass motherfucker. There we go.
shrink. 6. I can thunderstep again.
As you guys step your way across through the tightrope, you all make it. And Nihilus teleporting. Wait, I've just done that?
You don't. I can do that sometimes. It's extremely extraneous.
You made me climb that! Juliet shakes you ineffectively.
I have to ration. It's not like I have an infinite well of this. I didn't have enough. I'd have to climb too. And you did fine.
As there's a defeated sigh from her. Let's just keep going. As, congratulations. You guys got across the river way better than I thought it would go.
Hey. Rope, the solution to everything.
You solved the bridge puzzle.
As you guys step to the final bit of the way,
Hey.
you step into a large room. At the end of the hall, there is a massive doorway. As Atsuki stops and is like, this is the entrance to Hades.
Well then.
He pauses for a moment and starts like signing a little more. The employee entrance.
What's he saying?
As Kijo Trin.
Huh?
You are at the doorway. Atsuki starts signing a little of. This is the entrance. Pauses. The employee entrance.
Okay.
As Nihilus asked, what is he saying?
This is the employee entrance.
Does that mean we can enter through here, or is that just a thing of where you're going to make us sit out here?
He shakes his head.
The only one who gets in trouble is Atsuki, because he's the employee.
He starts signing. Hopefully Hades won't be too mad, but I think you would be waiting. He pauses. 80 years?
Yeah, no.
As interesting as it would be to see if I can live for 100 summers, I'd rather not. At least down here.
As Atsuki will nod. Follow me. He'll motion as he'll start going. As friends.
Technically, we did help with the mission, so we kind of employees right now.
You're right, Mimi, and we did stop a disturbance. Oh, most of the trip. Kind of deleted the disturbance from existence. So did ghosts die again?
You know, that is a very good question.
I'm not going to ask Hades that, but...
Gonna extend the hallway. As, question guys, even or odds?
Always evens.
Alright.
Even Stevens. Oh.
As you guys are making your way forward, there is a bit of rumbling. A bit of rubble starts coming down. Nihilus, you hear tings on your helmet.
What? Just looks up.
As you look up, you see nothing.
Is like, what's happening?
As you ask what's happening, you hear a crashing noise from behind you guys. As
Oh. Oh, Christ.
Okay. As you guys hear a yelp from Juliet and Kato. As you see this large figure has swiped them both as they both violently slam into the walls behind you.
Huh.
Now it's time for initiative. As if everybody can roll me that d20 to start off the show. Okay, I'm pretty sure Kijo goes first.
11.
15.
Let's go.
So first will be Kijo, then Nihilus, then Trim, then Mimi, then Friends.
This thing looks ugly as sin, and I feel like I should know what this is.
Hold on. You'll I hope understand in a moment. As Kijo,
cool.
this thing has knocked Juliet into the wall. They look like they are in extreme pain.
Meow.
As Kijo, you turn on a dime, rushing past Nihilus, rushing past Trin, into this large, undead beast. As you begin to relentless, as Nihilus, Trin, everybody, a thought crosses your mind.
Mm-hmm.
As you remember those clergy explaining a massive beast coming out and causing most of the slaughter.
Oh, this is the thing that did the thing. This is the guy you left on the fucking temple. What would it be? Zero? Who cares? The guy, the asshole.
As
Fucking
17
That is ridiculous.
is just enough to hit. Roll that damage. Also, I'm taking this coin from your initiative. As, Kijo, you run up, you stab into this thing. You look into its eyes as... That's horrifying, considering changing it and considering it. It's a little gross. God damn it, Lynn. But as you drive the blade into this thing, it does not have a hint of intelligence or life behind those eyes. Yes. As you're drawing your proper blade. Roll that damage. Oh wait, no, you rolled 2, did 12, sorry. As you swing around to the side, preparing to take another strike. As you roll a 15, that'll make contact. And with a 13 more, you go at this thing, slashing into it relentlessly. As you cut it open, a bit of that red mist starts coming out of it, along with some thick, tarry substance and what look like the things that were feasting on the corpse beforehand.
Oh. Yes.
God damn it. As that's your turn. Next is it. As you are the first one to strike it. It looks at you. As all of these tendrils along it start violently whipping out and lashing out, as even through the cuts, more tendrils start coming out. Also, let me roll the 4 damage and make it save, as it'll take 1 damage from the wound.
Oh.
And it fails to save. As Ijo, all of these are going to go at you.
Oh, there's 4.
As with your lovely AC of 18, one of them will hit. Oh, they all have advantage. Hold on. I need to roll 4 more then.
What the fuck?
Relentless Assault makes them advantage, just like Barbarian Relentless Attack.
Oh.
Okay, 1 still misses.
Hey.
As with another 12 added onto that, that's 35 damage. As Kijo, all of these whip out and start lashing at you violently. You feel yourself taken up in this mass of tendrils as it starts marching forward. As, at that point, we go to you, Trin. As Trin, you look at this creature. Or, no, sorry, Nihilus is next, then you, Trin.
Yes.
But Trin, as you're looking at this creature as it marches right up behind you, you get a very distinct and familiar feeling from it. As while its eyes are dull and glazed over, it feels like that thing that was inside you just not but a few hours ago.
Yeah.
As Nihilus. Then you, Trin.
Let me think. What should I do? Wait a fucking second. 14 does him so much better justice. Anyway, let's see.
What, you only killed Scarmaglione once. Everybody knows you have to do it twice.
Yeah, you fucking give me a second. Fuck. Alright. Anyway.
Even Lynn knows you never fight him once.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's undead, so that should but I guess turn the sword on. Bonus action, fire, and gonna move on up. I guess it's 1, 2, 3. To block it.
As you charge up next to Trin.
I have something, and I need to remember what it was. It was... Where is it on this fucking sheet? There it is.
What are you looking for?
My superiority die. Alright.
Oh.
I have that. Superiority, maneuver, attack, add dice of damage, add that to ally. I would like to use. I think I have to say I want to use a maneuvering attack.
Yes.
My action.
You don't spend it unless you succeed, though.
Yeah. Alright, so let's try and beat the shit out of it with the fire sword.
As you reel back with your blade for the first time using this ability.
13 plus 8.
That'll make contact. Roll your 3d6, and then I think an extra 6 from the superiority dice, right?
Yeah, add.
And
Six.
who did you want to command as a reaction?
Trin.
Bryn, you may move half your speed as a reaction.
Oh, okay.
This will not provoke the giant tentacle monster. So if you want to reposition yourself, like behind it or anything like that.
Right here.
As you swing around to opposite side of it. Roll that damage, Nihilus. Or was the 13 that damage? No, the 13 was the roll to hit.
Yeah, 3d6, one was fire, the first two are not fire. I get to
Reroll those two.
I get to re-roll
The
Do I
ones.
re-roll the ones?
Yeah, because it's still a part of the weapon for the extra effect.
Okay, so I get to re-roll the one. So 6, box cars. 2, okay, it's technically 12 then. 12,
12
4, so,
plus 1, so 13, 15 total. As
yeah,
you
and
drive your blade into this thing.
I can also make a second attack, but I need to remember, I can't remember if maneuvering attack lets the person attack too.
That was... That maneuvering attack? Blah, blah, blah.
I can't remember. That's the commander, that's commander strike. Okay.
Yeah, Commander Strike.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Right.
weird. It's called maneuvering attack, so you think that, but like, no, unfortunately.
Okay, second attack.
As you reel back your blade,
14.
another strike. As you want to reroll
Fucking
that
Christ. 666.
Aw.
So that's another 14.
15, 19 more damage. As Nihilus, you go forward, just drawing your blade back, igniting it, and just hacking into this thing, just cleaving chunks out of it. As again, like, a bit of mist comes out, a bit of this nasty tar starts coming out of it.
Fucking monster.
As in this opening, Trin, you're able to just slide behind the creature as it goes to you.
I'm out of spell slots, so there goes spells, so I think I'm just gonna be bonking.
You also have your transformation, just as a friendly reminder.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna use that right now.
Mhm.
We're just gonna bonk.
Bonk 'em.
Bonk, bonk, pass.
As you will have advantage on these from Kijo being on the opposite side.
I was hoping it would work that way. I wasn't sure because I thought Kijo was wrapped up.
They're both 13s anyway.
That'll make contact. Roll that d6, d8.
Beat his ass. Beat his ass.
As a good opener with 17 damage. As you are just going nuts behind him as you saw Kato go down and you're like, how dare you kick my dog? As you raise your blade up for the next strike. Another successful bonk, d6. As you do the most damage you can. Trin, you are on fire. Not literally right now, but metaphorically.
That could change very easily.
And you do have your bonus action if you want to do a third bonk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, I'll do a third bonk.
Bonk his skull in. Bonk his skull in.
As with that third bonk, you will make contact. Roll that d6. As that'll deal an extra 6. As you guys have already done fucking 95 damage to him, calm down.
No. Fuck this guy. And fuck you.
I know people you care about romantically and platonically were hurt, but calm down.
No.
How do I make bosses scary when they die in 3 minutes? No, I'm kidding. And then Mimi. As you see your friends all going apeshit on this giant amalgamation of flesh and death.
I'm gonna just go here, right there, so they come. Guiding bolt.
As you are going to Guiding Bolt it. Roll to attack. Eight plus 7, that unfortunately will miss.
Bonus action, I'm gonna shoot it with my arrow.
You are shooting point blank, you will have disadvantage.
Ah, damn it. Okay, never mind.
Is it point? Oh yeah, 4 squares.
Yeah,
As you pray.
I pray.
From there, Atsuki will be like, the fuck? Oh, trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As he'll just trot his way over rather casually and take out his blade. As he will make a strike. Okay, Atsuki, calm down. As he's very nonchalant about it, but he just joins Unilus in rending his flesh open. At this point, you guys have basically cut it open from all angles. As Juliet and Kato will be recovering this turn. We go back to the top as Kijo. You are grappled in the sense of you can't move around freely. You can still attack him, but if you try to move, you have to wiggle free. Also, this version of the track is starting to get to me. Person didn't remove all the fucking video game sound effects. I heard that the second time around.
Huh. That's fine.
Either way, swapped it out for another one.
It's fine. Let's fuck him up.
As Kijo, you raise up your blade. You will have advantage. Start chopping your way out. As that's not with your bonus, that's 16, that will miss. Close, but no cigar. As you continue to flail and try to slash your way out. They're all rather rubbery and wiggly. They don't seem to have bones in them, as disgusting as they are. As that one will make contact, though. For another good 11. As you manage to chop one of the tendrils clean off. And yes, another wound that will not mend has come on him. With that, you unfortunately still are. It was multiple tendrils that hit you, so... But one is gone. You are free of one. There are 2 more. As with that being your turn, this thing will look at itself, oozing, bleeding, cut to bits. More resembling a pile of gore than a person at this point. As, let's see the 2d4, and its saving throw. It'll save from here, and it takes an extra 6 damage. As with all of you so close, please make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
The only two safe from this are the two who are on the ground, knocked into the walls.
Uh-oh.
I'm too short. It goes right over me.
Mimi, you just hit the deck. Trin, you just gracefully, like, dodge under this thing. As Kijo and Nihilus, being wrapped up and not the most nimble individual, will be taking the brunt of this. As
I can take it. It's fine.
an explosion of bone shrapnel comes out of this thing. As you and Kijo will take 17 damage, the other two will take half that, which we round down to 8. 7, 8 on your sheet. As Kijo, how are you looking? As at this point, with 4 more tendril attacks, it will attack. Now that it's not just Kijo next to him, each of you once. Not Mimi. Because Mimi actually didn't make physical contact. As Nihilus, that's gonna hurt you.
Uh-oh.
Kijo and Trin are missed.
I just got crit in.
Yeah, you did.
Yay!
So let's see how much that does to you, my good friend.
Stop wiggling.
9. 13 damage to you. As you are also grabbed. And Otsuki's going to get hit. For 8. As tendrils come out, lashing at everyone. Trin, you are able to slide away from them. You slash at it with your blade to keep it at bay. As it's not able to get a good grip on you. As Nihilus... As 3 of you are now taken up in its tendrily grasp. Nihilus, you are being held.
I like that.
That's
Huh.
good.
How much? I don't think did we have a written down somewhere?
What are you looking for?
I want to cast command.
Done. That should be on your spell list. Command is one of your points.
When using second or level slot or higher, can just creature, it doesn't matter. All right, so just 1 point because I don't have other creatures. I want to. It all counts as one thing, right? It's not like every tendril is individual.
They're all him.
Cool. So I want to command him to drop every.
So you're going to say release.
Yes.
As it needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh. It releases everyone.
You just hear like a booming, like like a thaumaturge enhanced voice of "Release us!"
As this thing's will saving throws are zeros. As just in that instance, all of the tendrils relax.
Yeah, action sure.
As you action surge, you are going to, I take it, reel back with your blade?
Yeah.
And start slashing away. That'll make
14.
contact.
Still with fire damage. Oh.
Reroll.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Damn it. Close.
That was still good.
Yeah, it is.
17, 18, 22 from that.
I have one more attack because of extra action.
Correct. As you cleave a massive chunk off this thing, as you make contact once more.
You see that Nihilus feels even more infuriated than before.
Reroll 1. You have 8.
Oh.
The universe holds its breath. You are getting fucking big money on the dice tonight.
Yep.
11, 14, 15, 19 more onto that, as this thing is looking pretty wretched.
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
You commanded, you action surged, you started cleaving at it.
I have second wind.
Yeah, you have second wind.
Yeah, bonus action. Oh yeah, dude, it's bonus. Woo!
Yeah, bonus action, 1 a day.
Yeah, I want to try that. I want to do that. 1d10 plus level. So,
Alright. As you
just to get some
second
health
wind,
back because
you-
this thing hurts really bad. 7.
14. As you feel reinvigorated by this exercise in violence, your Dark Knight nature taking a hold as you relish in the glory of combat. Trin.
Just imagine it for the first time. For the first time in a long time now, he's covered in fucking gore and viscera. He looks like he's happy.
You see Nihilus shout as this thing releases everyone, a look of unrequited and disturbing joy on his face. As it is your turn.
I don't have a bird up button, but we'll do the bird up.
You mean you don't? There's the bird up right there.
Yeah, but I don't have a button.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
We need to get a
on it.
bird up button installed.
Quick, Jake, press the bird up button.
I don't have a bird up button.
Why don't you have a bird up button?
I need to set up a lot of buttons.
God damn it.
Listen.
That's not even possible.
Just give me like, hold on, give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm getting voice mod. I'm getting.
I believe in you.
God damn.
Okay, I'm just gonna play it.
Bird up.
There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Wonderful.
We need to Sailor Moon intro when you got bird up.
Yeah.
As this a giant pillar of fire erupts behind you guys, a glowing light in this dreary dead land, as a giant radiant firebird stands behind you. As Trin, your turn.
Bonk bonk.
As you go to bonk bonk, rending at it
bonk,
with
activate.
flaming claws.
Are those your hands or your feet?
Do I still have advantage because of Kijo or?
Yes.
Okay.
Go, 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 go.
That'll make contact. D6, D8. As 8 plus 6, 14 more. As you are rending away at it with claws, and I did not set that to be on repeat. You may take your next rending attack. As, unfortunately, with a 6 you will miss. And then you may go for your third claw. As that last one will make contact. As finally, roll your 2d6 as warmth and radiance and fire come off of you, so scorching this creature.
Oh, yeah.
As the flames coming off you start burning it, searing its way inside every open wound that the rest of them have clawed open and cleaved on it. As Trin, you are just basically going to town on this pile of meat, burning it up until it is just a horrendous smell fills the hall as it becomes just a scorching pile, unresponsive, unmoving, as this flaming bird flies triumphantly above it. As Kato and Juliet on the other side are just picking themselves up. As, congrats, guys. You killed him. Again.
I'll just stab it again, just for good measure.
As through that slogfest, Kijo, you start brushing yourself off and cracking your neck. Like, yep, that was no big deal. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Trin, are you okay up there?
I'm having a fucking seizure.
All this works for Boko. Runal just pulls out treats.
Just gonna fucking start fucking throwing fireballs at corpse. Brah!
As you
Brah!
flail at the corpse for
Brah!
a bit.
Brah!
Trin,
You know, fuck
Brah!
that. Let's keep going.
Please.
Stab it.
Calm down.
Yeah.
As eventually
Yeah.
the fire goes away, your body returning as you're just standing on top of it.
Plop.
Oh, please don't sit on that. That's disgusting. Here, as
No, they plop. It just
oh,
falls off.
as you fall off onto the ground, Kato tries to interpose himself to catch you. As you fall down into him, both stumbling to the ground. As on the other side, Kijo, I take it you off Juliet a hand. As yeah, you're definitely fine. As Juliet, that was taken care of quickly. Good job. As I take it you'll offer a hand, and Juliet will pull herself up with you. As Mimi, Nihilus.
I think he's just trying. I don't know. I don't know if it's dead. It just looks like he's just sort of hacking at it, so there's nothing left.
As
You're gonna start healing people.
Mimi, you see this rather disturbing display of Nihilus making sure this burnt, scorched mound of flesh is as gooey and visceral as possible.
Yeah, she'll look in disgust and just be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna let him do his thing. Just walk away, walk around him, and start checking on everyone for healies."
As you start making your way around, you'll start mending people. Trin, you on the ground with Kato. As thankfully he cushioned your fall. Are you okay?
I'm tired.
That was pretty impressive. You haven't been holding back down here, have you? As, while you're tired, Trin, he'll try to help you up.
Yeah. Just, getting a hang of things.
How did that feel this time? Good? Bad? Overwhelming?
I don't quite know yet. It's hard to say.
At least it's not, objectively awful. A good start, I like to think. As you all are also able to hear. Decent shot, it's not dead. Not sure if anything here can be. But it should be, as Kijo, you wince a little. Down for a few, at least. As Atsuki nods his head and starts gesturing out. As you all are able to see words appear. Thankfully, flesh can be destroyed. Its spirit will be taken into the river.
River's too good. Bring it back out.
As Nihilus, you say that, Atsuki just walks over, puts a sympathetic hand on your shoulder, and shakes his head no. That's not how we do things in hell, it seems.
Cause no trouble in the future, fool. He's just covered in fucking. I don't know what do you categorize this thing as?
Gore, coagulated tar blood, just undescribable substances.
Looks like he looks like he's in dark side without any of the glow. I'm guessing.
Pretty much.
He just puts the sword away. Well, it's dead. Guess that's good enough. No one else is dead, right? Put your hand out. He just points at Atsuki.
Atsuki was about to raise his hand.
You just point. Just quick point, put your hand down.
He slowly lowers his hand. As he pauses for a bit, looks over all of you. Would you like to take a few moments to rest before seeing Hades?
Trin would stubbornly get up because they're like, no, he's right there. So someone will have to be like, cat, no, slip.
Alice also would probably be insistent on seeing it, though you might need someone to help. That might hopefully someone knows prestidigitation.
As you two are insistent. Kijo, are you insistent? Mimi, you see these two being wobbly and insistent.
She also wants to go, so she's just gonna try and heal them as best as can. And
as you'll heal them up a tiny bit. If another combat breaks out, we'll roll for how much you actually healed.
yeah.
As it's enough to clear your guys' head slightly.
Oh.
A little bit of energy coming back to you, Trin. A little bit more of clarity. Unless you suspect we'll have to fight him, I don't see much reason to hold. You hear in your heads from Kijo.
Exactly. I have no intention of picking a fight with Hades in some domain.
Be fine.
As, at that point, Atsuki will nod his head, seeing no reason to delay. As all of you... If you did, at least you got a tour of your new home first. Kijo, as Atsuki starts making his way over to the door.
I think I would be able to stay, though.
As you think on that, he starts making some gestures to open the door, and we are going to take a quick little break. Quick bathroom, quick drinks, quick breather, and we will be back shortly, and then you will all get to meet Hades.
I regret I have to go pee in it.
Yay.
As I hope you guys have enjoyed your little tour of the palace so far.
I got to hug the Emperor, too.
I hope you've enjoyed the sights, the sounds, the violence.
The Lalafell tossing.
And let us go to be.
We can all agree the fastball special was the optimum strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Fucking dreaming.
Nothing a rope can't fix.
Except a broken family.
Can tie those up together.
Hee hee.
Yay. Trin got to see her uncle and now knows they're not as bad as they thought they were. I forgot no one else saw the sphere as party members. I guess Mimi's the only one that could recognize them.
It's fun side, yeah. Here's what the rules are for.
Since last game, I was thinking, okay, who could Mimi find that I would be like, ah? And I guess I did not think of the Emperor. I thought the Sphere's family, and then
Actually, I'm curious about that one though. There's no way Kaze doesn't know about Unity, and I didn't react to that Unity, but Sakura did.
She had the special eyes. I think Zeramis is playing games with you.
I thought Jake was about to tell us Alexandra was dead.
I thought it was going to be the Empress, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, it turns out that Trin's uncle, it's not Trin's uncle that is, like, awful, it's just the incest demon.
Yeah.
That's using his skin as a suit.
See, Mimi's right.
Totes.
Family is the best.
Incorrect. Trin's father is still awful.
Yeah, I'm talking about the uncle. Her father was absolute trash. Fuck her dad.
True. But not all family is bad.
Statistically, yeah.
Hey!
Yeah, statistically, yeah.
Ready for statistical anomalies. What a perspective.
The exception that confirms the norm.
Everywhere I look, everyone's playing fucking Dark Tide, and I want to buy it really bad, but the new season starts on Tuesday. And I don't know. My time's already come to this in fucking Final Fantasy.
Isn't it great though? Everyone's reuniting with their family except the one that is desperate to find their family. It's great.
We know where your family is. It's in a different dimension right now, being held captive by a fucking ancient god.
Sure is.
Your family has been torn asunder and scattered their souls across all of time and space. Oh, God. What a lovely hell adventure.
Indeed. You know, I was wondering how many of our fucking dead past people would show up, but
So on dead people, is everybody here and ready?
Yes.
Awesome. Alright then. As you guys will step into a very large room, as once more you find yourself in a pure open space. As river seems to flow in from all directions.
I was wondering if the three guys Trin murdered would show, but they're small beans, so probably wouldn't make themselves known anyway.
I also thought maybe the three that Mimi let die was also gonna be a thing.
You guys killed Godos way too fast. He didn't even get the chance to summon ads.
Fuck
If you-
Godo.
Trin would just murder them again beforehand.
Because if you remember, that guy basically had shitty necromancy, and then he was sent to hell.
Yeah.
He was really happy about that for a bit, and then you guys showed up.
Hey, buddy, causing trouble again.
As this area is, again, wide open, there seems to be a lot of space, just deep, flowing water all around this podium with the stacks and stacks of papers on it. As behind it there seem to be two doorways. As you guys are coming in from the side, the river seems to come in slightly in front of it, as numerous specters and ghosts are just waiting there. As you guys are able to take note of one in particular who is standing in front of another large figure. No, not that. not that. I'm going to need that, yes. Oh, there you are.
Still on the Say Scream on stream, right?
Oh no. Heh. Oh, I'm not happy.
As you guys are making your way in, array yourself as you so desire. As Atsuki is taking the front of the pack, no hesitation, just walking towards. As these two trail far behind, as at the throne you see a large figure just clad in a dark robe, glowing with the same look in his eye that the river and Atsuki are filled with. As this old, tired-looking figure is not Hade, Hades. Is sitting there. Ugh, hold a moment. I'll get to you in a moment. I'll get to you when I'm good and ready. As he waves them aside, as you just notice their whole body shift. Atsuki, you're back. And who are these half-monstrous souls you've brought with you? As Atsuki will step forward. Just no hesitation. Bows, starts signing. As Kijo Trin, you're able to make out he's saying, "My job is complete. The escapee has been dealt with." There's a brief pause. Twice. Well done. That was surprisingly fast versus the projected time given your plan. I take it these forsaken individuals are to give credit? As he nods his head and motions for all of you to start coming over.
He just walks over and he looks this side. That's straight up Asteria, isn't it?
Straight up what?
That's Asteria, isn't it? That's like dead, not alive, just actual ghost.
Yes. Yeah, oh, sorry. You were talking about her for a moment. I was very confused.
Yeah.
My brain froze for a moment. Yes, there is an ethereal figure in the garb of a Dark Knight. Very familiar to you, as she seems almost in a haze.
Now his eye just starts twitching a little.
Well, all of you come here, girl in the back. Are you going to just spend your time cowering? Now, what's your business? I'm very busy processing the departed. As Kijo, you're gonna try and think at him and see what happens. As it's barely been 10 seconds since you guys have approached. He's already put a hand on his chin, looking at you all boredly. You have questions to ask in regards to the Holy Queen. He repeats your thoughts to you. Then please, since you seem so eager to talk, hurry and state your questions. As you think, why was she slain, and what turned her into the bound beast? The answer to that is one and the same. She, like so many others, tried to grasp at power that no one should hold. Looking at most of you, you're clad in it besides that hopeless little magister behind you. Did she grasp for that power, or was it forced upon her? You think as he rolls his eyes. She thought she could wield it better than her predecessor. Unfortunately, there were things beyond her ken. It turns out this creation was made for one. And even as all of you attempt to wield it in your own feeble ways, you'll never be its master. I see. Then for what reason did you kill her slayer? I've done no such thing. Zodiac lives and breathes without any interference from me. Not that I could, even if I so desired.
Just imagine Trin trying to pull Kato in.
In the back, you're just nudging at him.
Come on!
Kidra-
It's like a dog trying to lead him into the bath.
As I don't want to yet. Kidra's asking questions.
I'm right here. Nothing's gonna happen.
As Kijo, you think, I don't speak of Zodiark, but of Kato. You all see that bored expression grow into a deeper grimace as an eye twitch comes from him. I don't know how you know that name, but he has nothing to do with this conversation.
Meanwhile, in the back, Kato, I swear to God!
Oh no.
As you are trying to convince Kato forward. Kato currently being reluctant unless you want to speak for him. When it comes to forcing him, you are a bit on the wobbly side compared to him.
I know, I'm like pulling him, but like, just like,
No.
come on!
As the man doesn't seem to pay much attention to your fiasco, as his attention seems very much on Kijo right now.
No, they're like over there. It's just
Yeah. They're back a few steps more. Good distance. While Kijo thinks his blade was the one who ended, who became his blade was the one that ended who became Anima. You mean to imply she was not the Holy Queen? I know not where you get your information, but Anima was not slain by his hand. That coward has only killed one person. As you think from her memories. He stops. A hand gone his chin. Those are not her memories. As you think, then whose are they? The one she tried to replace. The one that no one can replace. I believe you fluttering mortals and all of your dimness call her the Great Will. As you think I see. Nihilus, Mimi, Trin, you are all able to hear what's going on.
Carter, did you kill the Great Wheel?
Apparently.
He's saying that you killed somebody, and if it wasn't whoever Kijo's claiming is Anima, then it's probably the Great Wheel. Apparently you killed somebody.
As you, Kijo, think, that must never again be whole, correct? As he nods his head. All that is left in that woman is contempt for everyone and everything that has betrayed her. In trying to replace her, Anima had the blessing of inheriting that relentless contempt. And so, for her own safety and everyone else's, as her mind was torn asunder, she found herself chained. It's the price that those who think they can handle more than they are capable pay. Is there anything else you wish for me to clarify about this? About that, I will take those for now. As you all hear in your head, ask your questions.
Mimi will wait until see if everyone else wants to ask something first.
As in this silence, there's already a disgruntled. If that's it, I will have.
Yeah, no, hi, it's about Zelira. They took the souls of my family, Luminous Wings. Apparently, I'm the thing that's keeping them from being released. I came here to ask for help to stop them, to get them back here, I guess.
I see.
We need our help.
I know some of you. The ones who interfered with my servant's collection. And
It's
I
nice to-
believe I iterated. There is nothing to be done for your family. And you are not the key to them being imprisoned, you are the key to releasing them.
Well, we still need your help to stop them because, I mean, sooner or later I will die, be it for old age or whatever. So if we don't stop them now, it's just a matter of time.
As you say that, give me a charisma check.
Well then. Can I toss a coin?
Yeah, of course. You're always able
Okay.
to toss coins.
There you go. Whee. Wow.
As
Those are really bad.
13 with your persuasion of +2 with a 15. I don't think you understand the situation. It's by my mercy that I'm not resolving it myself. Because it would be a rather simple matter to simply keep you here. Eternally alive, never able to be claimed. If you are interested in stopping that Scion's return, then what you need is to kill its tether to the world. Woman named Yuyu. Her soul does not come here. It merely finds a new vessel to inhabit whenever it is slaughtered. But you have the luxury of darkness, that which it wants to open its cell. The key, as you might call it. You kill her, you sever your connection with it, and thus is never free.
What happened to Yuyu, to her soul?
It was claimed an eternity ago. She was faithful to them, and they were not faithful to her.
So, where would it go?
To Zalira. To that void we cast them all into. Never to return to our sham of a creation.
Surely there needs to be another way to sever their claim on their souls.
There is no other way open to you. As I told you, Anuo cannot be allowed free. And you will need to sever your bond to Zalira, which is currently through her. Since you felt the need to bring up that idiot's name, Kato thought there was another way. And now we live in this misery. Them trying to return over and over. Our benevolent creator forsaken us for our murder of her. So no, I am not interested in other ways. However high-minded you might think it. Cut them loose forever.
Wait a minute. Then why did Anuo bring Kato back?
Excuse me? As his eyes turn from all of you up there toward the back with you, Trin and Kato, vaguely hiding behind you.
Come on. Very unattractive.
You killed me! That wasn't... I don't like that.
God.
As he goes back behind you.
He's just gonna grab his hand. He's gonna grab him by like the fucking coattails and is just dragging him.
As you drag him forward.
drag, 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 and then because he's clinging behind her, just fucking
Spin.
turns around and phases him towards him.
As there's a long stare at the two of you. I've killed a lot of people. Who is this?
Kato, don't you recognize him?
If you value your life, child of Suzaku, this is in very poor taste.
You'll find that I very much kind of don't.
No, I... You will not do anything to her. As you all hear, she really doesn't.
He really doesn't.
It's me. A Nuo made me a new body. Better body, stronger body. And let me leave for... I'm not sure why, actually. Live life, I guess. As, at this, Hades looks at Kato, looks at you, looks at the rest of you. Saw that memory too. That was an interesting one. As you see him take a gavel and slam it onto the desk. As all of you feel hands coming up from the cracks between the floor. As you look down, there is glowing green as all of you are restrained. All of you are dragged to the ground by 1,000 grasping hands, except for Atsuki, who just seems to rigidly walk over. As Mimi, Nihilus, Kijo, Juliet, and Kato, you're all dragged to the ground with Trin.
Struggling.
As... Stop it! They didn't... As another gavel hand comes down. Hands come up and cover Kato's mouth. Now, you are going to explain to me why you thought this wise, and what you think is so amusing about this.
Nothing amusing about it. Well, a little bit, but
You bring me the one who is responsible for all of the woes in creation currently.
we didn't know that.
And you bring me a woman with so many questions about anima whose death is long past due. Along with you three, Death Seekers. Though I think death seeking is probably appropriate for all of you. I have processed numerous souls thanks to you. I know of your murders as, Trin, you feel those eyes fall on you. And I know of your apathy, as Mimi, the eyes go to you. And the two of you, I think I don't need to speak of your bloodlust.
Nihilus can't look him in the eye, he is staring at.
As Keith, you just shrug. I don't have the slightest notion of what Zodiark sees in you three. Nor do I see any point discussing this. But you are all squandering the greatest gifts of creation to what? Satisfy petty wants? Cry over dead family? Satisfy ambition? And you come asking me for help. Please, explain why I should care. Starting with you, child of Suzaku.
Care about what exactly?
Anything you have to say. You all
Because
have the power to change fate, and I could very easily cut it short for you.
not really much of a threat. Almost tried cutting it myself a few times.
Even
Not
more.
the threat you think it is.
Then, would you like me to satisfy that? Rather than have your tantrum burn the world?
Not before I get some answers for him. There has to be a reason why Anuo gave him another chance. He doesn't know what he did. But we've only got bits and pieces. We want to know where you fall in line into everything, why you did what you did.
And maybe I'll satisfy that before you die. And you, crying child, as Mimi, the eyes fall on you.
Zelira will kill everyone if we don't stop them. And this should be something everyone should be trying to stop, right?
If I end you, or rather, keep you here, that problem goes away. You can flail and scheme as she has for centuries. If she was ever too wrapped up in faith to think of things for herself. And you, Knight? I see the body count you have already delivered me, and I know your ambitions, and how many more will follow. Anthony?
Yeah, I'm just collecting thoughts. I just need a second.
Oh, good. As to give you some time to collect your thoughts. And you, walking corpse. At this point, I'm wondering what you're interested in pretending to threaten us. This is your domain. You act insulted. Obviously, you're expecting something. I'm expecting to see why I should be moved. Yes, I can kill you with a thought here. You can flounder, but I haven't quite decided yet. You are the most offensive of these four to me. That child behind you is at least a helpless little tool. And this one, as Kato goes, trying to protest but covered in hands, I've already had the pleasure of ending. But you are long past due in my ledgers. You basically told them this Anuo would be able to solve the problem somehow, It's strange for someone who doesn't want that to happen. It's information that Kato should already know. After all, it is him and Inuo who cut the Scions to their little void. Against the wishes of our Great Will, as you call her.
You talk about him like you didn't used to be best friends.
That was a
That's
long time
mean.
ago. You're also being weirdly merciful to the lot of us, who you've said you had the power to change fate.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
So that suggests you want fate changed somehow. An etiquette you might not know is that one we do not interfere with is Zodiac's designs. Less need call us to. And these three have had their fates sculpted by him. There may be one thing I am interested in, but I doubt you would all be able to deliver it. Sowing death seems to be your specialty. I doubt you are able to look beyond your baser natures.
I don't know, I can't even kill myself properly. If you didn't think we would do it, if you didn't think we could do it, you wouldn't even mention it. No, don't squeeze.
You're doing it again. She's right, you know, as you see a growing look of frustration on his face.
No, don't squeeze. I don't like that. You're hoping for a fuck you, we'll do it. Put our lives on the line like we weren't going to do that anyway.
Then perhaps I'm done with questions. Perhaps I will let you all leave. Except for the two you seem to hold some care about. As hands will start dragging across the ground.
Wiggles ferociously. Can I bird up?
As, no. You can do it once a day.
Oh, fuck.
As these two are getting dragged across. A red glow starts coming from Kijo. As Kijo, you let out a scream. Before, on all of you, the hands break away, recede. The water around starts turning red. As you guys are able to stand up fine, you notice Astaria and all the spirits that were just in a daze, kind of minding their own business in a daze, all double over in pain. I know the will remains now, so I'll thank you for that much of information, Yama. I'll break it out of that shadow if I have to. But you're not taking that one. And you think you are able to stop that? By what measure?
I think by the measure that we can change fate. I think by the measure that we have this power. I think by the measure that eons ago, the gods were no better than normal mortal men. We will find another way. And we're all leaving. Personal ambitions aside, we are not going to let the Scions ruin our world, as broken as you claim that it is already. It's still our home, our lives, the lives of innocent people. And when you sit here, prodding us into going places and doing things, despite what you would say, I think underneath it all, you want us to leave, to walk out of here, and to do things you claim are impossible.
You think these hostages will motivate us? Stop behaving so churliously. Eh. Tell us what you want and be done with it.
Might be dealers in death, but you underestimate what else we can do.
In words of Doma, I can only say one thing. Tsundere!
Does that mean something?
Means someone
Like-
who's not honest with their feelings.
No.
So you say.
I do say. You've not given a rebuttal, so perhaps I've had a bit of a mark, haven't I?
Now, if you would please, give us our mission and give me my dog.
Give us back both of our friends, please, if you'd be so kind.
Notion that I will pretend will shock you. That where your journey started will be the staging of a war this world has not seen since the Scions. Your empire, the Republic, the Alliance will all be ripped apart, and I will have to deal with a multitude of souls, which I do not look forward to. All because he who has gifted some of you with freedom from the tapestry I don't know why, but he has stopped his vigil. The Scions have returned before, time and time again, as individuals trying to be clever. This is certainly not Mateus's first return.
Would you like me to pretend to be shocked? I can do it.
I appreciate the notion. I think you would have more respect for your founder
What?
Ah, there's the shock. He founded your country. It was one of his closest schemes to claiming the world.
But
Your Triad and your Odin have done as much as they can to hide it, to bastardize his vision. But you still conquer as he so wished. And so many are ready to continue that blood.
I see. You know, maybe my words mean little. Lucidia will change. For the better. Especially when
I heard that from Augustus, but he could not overcome his fate.
I am not Augustus.
Clearly. He tried to change things with much less of a body count.
I wonder just how high the mountain will have to be. And until I'm on that throne, I shouldn't pay much mind, should I? The only one that matters is the corpse of Mateus.
And you, little child, your family is gone. Even if you save them, you know they will come to me. And what is left of them will be lost in this river. You understand that, don't you?
She won't say nothing, but she will nod.
You have the power of destruction at your disposal. You can cut the thread that lets Zalira come to this world. Or you can smash it wide open, let him in. At which point I will be powerless to do anything for the dead. I will have to spend time purifying my pools now as he gestures around as, since that scream from Kijo, the red has only been growing. The one... Good. You wanted a vacation. This is hardly a vacation. And the one you seek to free is not there anymore. It's an empty vessel acting on old impulses of empathy and a deep hatred from she who made us all. If you wish for the end of the world, then please continue on your quest. We all certainly deserve that judgment. For hers is the will I would never defy, even if her murderer stands before me, and he can barely remember it. And you, child, Suzaku, can take your mutt. If you do nothing, the world burns. If you satisfy what I have seen as your desire, the world burns anyway. It'll just be a question of who around you will stop you.
You see the futility in defying me. Wonderful.
I'll just shakes his head.
So there are eyes greater than yours. I wonder how that girl can see what you cannot. No matter. And Kato. Never come back. I mean, I'll die one day. But, I'm going to prove you wrong. We'll do better, find better, we're heroes, right, everyone? Not death-seeking things.
Of course we're heroes. It's all a matter of perspective, really. Except maybe Kijo.
As Kijo, you wiggle your hand in an fashion.
After all, someone's got to try and save the world.
And I certainly won't give up on doing that. What I've always wanted to do, but I couldn't do the first time. I'm something. I still don't know what, but it's probably not a hero. As Nihilus, you go over to the Astaria on the ground, writhing in agony.
What is wrong? What's happened to Astaria right now?
She was like a ethereal green. She is completely red now.
Is she suffering darkness corruption like I always do?
I mean, what do you think?
I was gonna guess yeah. So it's fucking Sakura could be mad at me later. I want to fucking rebalance her ether. I have enough HP. I'm fine.
Give me a roll.
I wish I had coins. Man.
Okay, so you're going straight to the ethereal imbalance.
Okay, cool. Cool. Like how you just copy pasted.
No, that one's
Yep.
worse than last time.
Oh, is it? Oh, cool. I'm super not safe.
As you yoink Juliet back up and over to you, Kijo, as you catch her. As Nihilus, in this brief moment, you feel that enter you. You feel horrible for a moment. As Trin?
Yeah.
Nihilus is next to you, blade up, about to try and rend it down on Kato.
Whoa, wait a minute, what are you doing?
Nihilus, can you roll to attack for me? And Trin, is there anything you want to do about this?
Try to
You all
stop
just
it?
saw Nihilus like look over and start doing that thing with the sword, and then you turn, you look back to Hayes, and you look back at Nihilus about to fucking kill Kata.
Yeah, no, they're gonna get in between.
As you interpose yourself between, give me
Please
a
don't
roll
crit.
yourself.
I'm gonna roll at.
That was an 11, so I don't know what they're. I don't know. That's 11 plus. That's a 19.
Yep, that will be 19.
A 7.
As you step between Nihilus and Kato as you get slashed across the chest. You'll take a little bit of damage as Nihilus rolled me those 2d6. And after that happens, Nihilus, you blink a few times, you notice you have attacked Trin.
Take 12 damage.
It's okay, you're still alive. Just in pain.
You just drop the sword and scripts and say like, Trin,
Bloody hell.
yeah. Oh, God. What? Are you? Are we still in Hades, bro? Oh.
As Kido, you're signing over at Atsuki, Hades. And this is why she can't be free. There is no reason, no person left. Just contempt for everyone and everything that harmed her. And Kato is certainly the most responsible for that.
Sorry, Tramp, sorry. I don't.
That is half of it, yes, but not all. The one you call Amnima is someone else. Her mind gone. If you want answers to that, you should be talking to Zodiac, not me. I know not the incident, only the end result. I spend my time here with the dead, making sure everyone gets their proper reward. Because that's what she willed of me. And that is what I will do. Until the end of creation.
Steps back. Trin just leaves the sword on the ground.
And I thank you for that, Great Yama. I understand my disrespect, though I'm afraid I can't apologize for it. Thank you for looking after my brother. I know he's a difficult one. It is the one thing I am satisfied with at times, is my servants. He was supposed to have a grander destiny, before those who could bend fate robbed him of it. Just as yours was supposed to be tragically short, before robbed of your second life.
Is this area looking any better? Or?
Yeah, she's returned to a greenish hue. The normal kind of dead.
You know.
Regular dead.
Instead of whatever happened behind us, don't worry about that.
They're all still writhing in agony.
I did it once, it happened again. That's Hage's problem now.
That's the trouble with fate changing. Those who see what should have been. Yeah, he's covered The world unknown. Full of tragedy. Those robbed of their purpose. However, that darkness behind Cloud's eye. That darkness behind clouded eyes. Gives way to visions of what other would could not be. And in those fantasies lies hope, no? I am not the one to judge fate. That is Zodiark's. Now, you are all done. Otski will escort you out. And please, do not return until you're dead.
They're I have some things to ask this one here. Considering, may I borrow her for a moment?
She has a loyal history. She's probably my newest recruit. So she can join Otski in escorting you out.
I'm glad. Thank you.
As Otski will come over and help her along a little bit, as she doesn't seem completely there still.
He just looks at Trin, just kind of looks down and picks up the sword.
As Nihilus, Mimi, Trin, Kijo, you ran off, so I'm assuming not, but also opportunity for you. Do you have any more things you want to ask the Hades on?
No.
What was the Great Will's name? Or was it always the Great Will?
Her name was Crystal. I was fond of her, but she had eyes for another in our midst, and he had the audacity to betray that and murder her.
I'm sorry.
As if such apologies mean anything.
Is that why you did it?
As I look, he's about to walk away.
Murder is murder, regardless of how I feel on it. He had paid his price of taking her life with death, and it is why I do not take his life now. It is not a fit of passion, as one might say. It was our justice, and he has paid that, so he can run around and play a hero with you as your mongrel until life leaves you both. And then he will be weighed again.
well, they just they even though the sword is too small, they just like put it over their shoulder before it turns into like a little feather. Didn't know Kato was such a fucking heartbreaker. Hope I'm not next. Let's go.
Now as he puts a hand up for a second, they just like he just leaves.
Figuratively and literally.
He now just kind of bows respectfully to Hades and leaves. Quickly.
That one wants to die. Yes!
As Mimi?
Mimi will take a bit, just look at him quietly, and then slowly just start walking away.
I'm going to try better. I'm going to actually save things this time, even if you don't believe me. As Kato will go off with no response from him, just staring. You guys feel eyes stabbing daggers in the back of all of you.
As we all like regroup. I think that went really well.
Flips up bird.
As Trin, you do that. There's a slam of the gavel in the distance. You feel a pain shoot through you as if your soul is trying to be ripped from your body. It is incredibly agonizing.
I must accept death in Death's realm.
Oh, you fuck.
As with another slam of the gavel, you guys were going toward the door. Everything shifts around you, as you're not sure where you are anymore, but you're in a hallway.
I really... Oh, what? I... Oh.
That was great.
No, it wasn't great.
It was great. It was great.
This is why I didn't bring you to Rama's trial, so you would have gotten struck by lightning.
Probably. You think with how my life has turned out, you think I have any respect for the fucking gods?
You at least tolerate that.
Read my message, that's lit.
As during all of that. Okay, so I know I was trying to be cool there, and I was. I totally was. I didn't actually think doing that would corrupt the entire domain, so I'm gonna go ahead and skedaddle and hope that stops torturing all the souls. Okay, thanks, bye!
Oh man, this fucking smiley face.
As
Oh.
you guys collect yourselves in the hall, Atsuki looks at you, Kyujo. He signs at you. In a way, I'm glad I'm sworn to Hades, because I would have sworn loyalty to her instead.
Which would have gotten me killed anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't sign the rest of that, but you get the strong implication of, I would have sworn loyalty to a fucking psycho.
It would have been the path to ultimate righteousness. Or a world drenched in inferno. Would have been cool either way.
Did you pretend to care about not bringing the world to an inferno?
I'm still getting off the high of absorbing a god into me, Nihilus.
I don't know what that's like, so maybe you have a point.
Atsuki signs again. Well, they say power corrupts, but personally I think it reveals as he steps slightly away from Trin. It's funny you think I'm any better.
Oh, well, I'm really sorry, Stiltrin. I didn't mean.
Oh god, that felt awful. Can you guys not piss off God so much? That hurt.
Oh,
It's not intentional on a majority of our part.
Well, I didn't know it got into you, but
Hands.
yeah, no, I got what was warranted. But if he wanted me dead, he would have done it already. He kept bragging that he could. So, because he wasn't, why wouldn't I test how far I could go?
Trin?
No, I
we
don't.
need to talk about this attitude. There's nothing good about that.
It probably isn't there.
Kato is absolutely right. I'm happy you've embraced your divinity. It's great. It's been very helpful. You seem to be more active, which I'm not sure is a positive or negative thing yet, considering.
Not sure either. Again, I'm still kind of, I've only absorbed Susaku into my being a couple hours ago. Along with whatever was in that being that controlled me.
The thing we blew up a second time.
Yeah.
You didn't eat more of that, did you? Because I was covered in it. It didn't feel good.
I don't think it did, but it did feel kind of like an itch in my heart. Very violent one.
We can take you to see an exorcist. We can take you to see an exorcist if you want.
I think bit by bit Suzaku's working her flame. If I was able to purify the tower and most of Bolzhna, then I think it's just a matter of time before this figures itself out. I think I just, need to not literally be in the heat of battle. I think that's making things bad.
Maybe a couple days bed rest and some cold drink. Mostly water, not just drink. But maybe some drink too.
It's still a bit frightening, I'm going to admit. I didn't remember that bloke you mentioned earlier. Just that he was causing trouble and I should get rid of it.
He was the man from Finn, remember? And he went
No, I don't.
You don't remember him? He was the reason we met Juliet with the
No, I
princess.
It was
Yeah.
my job to kill him, and then
He
we
was
all killed
raised-
him. And
Right.
he's kind of why everything was horrible there.
You know, the zombie army, all the demons. No. Zombies with the
Did-
crystals in their brains.
Did not commit the face to memory, no.
You didn't have a face, you had a cloak on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what his face was either.
Well, there you
See
go.
here. Oh, the necromancer. That was him?
Yeah, him. Yeah, you're just as tough. He was way tougher back then, I think. How much stronger have we got? Anyway, I think we should probably get out of here. Asteria, it's been too long, and I'm so deeply sorry.
Oh, hello, Nihilus.
Yeah, he just takes the helmet off. I thought you. There's a lot to process down here.
A little sorry. Not a lot, but a bit. What
I
is
guess-
there to process? I'm dead.
I didn't think Mateus would have killed you.
You were wrong,
I know.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't remember it well. I was encouraged to say a lot of things about you. Accusations about the house. And then I was put to death. I don't know what he's been doing, but Mateus seems to have most of the families on his side. I'm not sure if it's by choice or whatever he did to me. And those who seem problematic have accusations flying about them.
Things are far worse than I was hoping they'd be.
No, now that I think about it, Trial by combat might actually make more sense there than I gave it credit, as Kijo seems to be thinking. But I'm dead now. Before your interruption. As she grabs at her head, like still seeming not completely there. I was agreeing to serve Hades. He seems to have a fondness for the loyalty I expressed.
It's one of the most admirable traits.
So, at least I'll be able to continue doing something good down here. We're supposed to show you out, right? As she looks over at Atsuki as he nods his head.
Yeah. Leo.
As all of you are here catching your breath, is there anything you want to discuss amongst each other currently?
Mimi is just very quiet at this time. She's just lost in thought right now.
Alice looks like he wants to say something, but he doesn't have words. Like he wants to say more, but he can't.
Speaking of, so what's your priority? Storming Doma or Cornelia?
I love my 1 health. Good. There's blood
I actually-
trailing down. I just imagine Trin is walking. There's blood trailing down their chest and staining their new armaments.
Yeah,
And they're like, no, I'm fine.
You've been slashed, you've been bone shrapneled, you almost had your
Hair
soul torn
singed.
from your body. You ignited yourself. You are looking pretty rough.
They're like, I fucking feel great. I'm on Tiger's blood. Call me Charlie Sheen.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm fucking fine. And then they're gonna pass out as soon as we leave Hades.
Yeah, probably.
They're just gonna just flat.
Tato will be there to support you.
Do you guys think Odin knew about this when I joined?
What was that?
Do you guys think Odin knew about this, that this was gonna happen?
I don't know what any of them think anymore. Or what they know. Not really. But Shiva, to keep her secrets. She'll have something to say, I'm sure.
I mean, she is the last one you need to speak to, right? Well, you say they started with Odin?
I'm just thinking. That's all. Never mind. It's okay.
You're thinking something, express it, Raymond.
No, it's fine.
I
It-
bet that means they thought he could be a problem.
Hey,
As also, Mimi, from the far side, you see Juliet fold her arms. Didn't you and Hammer just have a talk about expressing yourself before we came down here?
Maybe. Still, I'm not even sure what I'm thinking, so. I'm
Then-
not really
Say it. You're not gonna get anywhere bottling it up, sitting quiet. We've seen you doing it for a good while now, a few months in fact.
once
Yeah.
we've met.
just felt familiar.
What part of this felt familiar?
What he said. It kind of reminded me of back in Odin's It's
Hmm.
nothing though.
It's something, Mimi. Odin Shrine. Gods. Yes, I did destroy Odin's Shrine first. Then Ifrit. But we fixed that corruption.
She's just lost in thought again.
As Mimi, you go quiet. There's a bit of a sigh from Juliet. At this rate, if you don't start speaking up, you're gonna run out of options, and what they're saying is going to be true. As you feel a hand on your head. You're like, oh yes, Nihilus is petting me, as you're like, no wait, that hand is far too powerful to be Nihilus's.
I feel pain. What is this?
As Kijo is ruffling your hair.
So let it be.
You're one of them too, you know. Speak up. I know how desperately you want this. Stop pretending it doesn't matter to the rest of them.
It sounded like my trial.
Trial. Did Mimi tell us about a trial? It's been so long since that event happened. Can't remember if we were told or not.
She did start mumbling it in cries when it happened, but I don't think she got to finish it because everyone was like, nah, it's fine in the stream. So I don't think you guys actually got to hear the whole thing.
Oh, the test sent to Odin Shrine. You started talking about that, but then kept breaking down whenever you tried to tell more.
That guy went into his trial with his friend, as Nihilus, you get a thumbs up from Kijo.
It was there. It was different than I expected.
Yeah, so was this. That's life. Or, well, death here? You get it. You get it, Nihilus.
Yeah. They just like takes a second to like raise an eyebrow and looks like he's thinking like, wait. Again, you mentioned something about it, but you never told us exactly what happened in your visions. I mean, mine was my vision with Mystidia being burnt to the ground, so...
Well, it doesn't really matter, it just felt familiar.
Well, I think it does matter. Am I going to have to order you to do it?
No, I was just wondering, maybe it was like Odin trying to tell us this was about to happen. That's what I was thinking. Maybe he knew we were gonna be down here and he kind of hinted it at me.
If that's really, what I don't know if Odin has. That recontextualizes my trial then. No, my test to be worthy of taking the trial. If that's the case, then maybe I do have to invade Finland. Sure, I want to do that. But we can ask Odin himself. He's still around. You don't need to be in Corneria to contact him. Anyway,
Is there anything else you guys want to go over before starting to make your way away?
Mimi will want to talk to Atsuki later, like while they're walking.
It's gonna be a long walk. You basically got ejected to one of the farthest corners of this place.
Oh, Joe. Great.
But as Atsuki will start leading you guys along, you guys mentally and physically catching your breath, this is where we will call it for the night, until Lynn is done typing in case there's something important you wish to bring up. I honestly like Yama a bit more now.
No.
I enjoy knowing gods are petty.
Just one of those things that makes a person, I think. I guess godhood can't get rid of everything that makes a man, after all.
As with that, you guys will start making your way back toward the desired entrance. Hypothetically, if you guys want to leave as quickly as possible, there are other ways out. Or do you guys want to get out at the Tower of Suzaku?
Literally, everything's at the Tower of Suzaku.
I don't know, I mean, like, you guys don't mind. You can just, like, leave Hammer and them there, and you can just go, like, all the way to that place where you met the Lich. Or, the north, like, there's a little exit near Cornelia, or back to the shrine where you met the crystal. Or in the middle of Doma's woods. Lots of lovely places you can get evicted to if you're looking for the fast way out. But no, I take it you guys will get out back at Suzaku's tower. As next game we will resume with you all being escorted out of hell. As for this week, congratulations! You had a lovely conversation with Hades, and he was super baby angry with you. Lynn, GMA, do you want to completely abandon Hammer, Sakura, and Boko?
No! What the fuck?
Oh, come on though. You'll get to Cornelia so much faster, and then you can go fight Mateus.
Oh.
Just have guide them into hell again and give them the same exit as we have.
They can abandon Hammer and Sakura, but never Boko.
They can pass hell too.
God damn it. But yeah, no, good job tonight, guys. Godos died really fucking fast. Comedically fast. He was gonna get the flex and start like turning all of those spirits in the room into monsters to attack you guys, but no. It's fine though, one malevolent soul escaped. I'm sure they're not causing any trouble.
Oh, we got rid of them all.
No, one squeezed through the wall and escaped. Specifically one. One little baby mook escaped. It's fine, it'll come back as a super boss one day. But hooray, you got some sort of answers and more questions, I think.
Fucking gonna ring up Zodiac where the fuck he's hiding now.
For the record, I imagine Kijo being super blasé about the Hades arm thing.
Gotta patch people up.
Also, yeah, look at Grandpa. He's so engy. So old and engy. Look at this grumpy ass face.
He's angry because all he got last Christmas was a stupid black Snuggie.
See that?
I love how he came out. Thank you, Den. Your art is wonderful as always.
Glad to help.
Another commission for the tax return. And in case you ever see the grumpy bitch again.
Hey.
Because he's definitely not invested in anything that could possibly happen in the world at all. It's not like he doesn't want to stop World War I or anything.
Yeah, he's absolutely not subtle about it. He thinks he's slick.
Oh god. He just wants a vacation. It's super obvious. You made it a little harder for him to have a vacation. He has to stop all these souls from screaming in agony, and then he has to go back to filing them away.
Man.
Oh god. He just touched the black mage. Kijo is just like, this is mine. No, not romantically. This is just mine. But for tonight, we will send you guys off to the good Goblin King Gurg. I hope you guys had fun watching. We will see you guys next week. I hope you're looking forward to it, and I hope everybody here playing is looking forward to it. But until then, have a lovely night and take care, everybody.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It will suck.
Bye bye.